I am John Walters. I want to welcome you to Hudson Institute. I am the president and CEO of the Institute, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to this conference on the pernicious impact of China's anti-secession law. It's hosted by Hudson's China Center. Our special thanks to Robert Tsao for his efforts to bring this issue to the forefront of discourse on the cross-state tensions and for sponsoring today's event. I would also like to thank Dr. Miles Yu, Hudson Senior Fellow and Director of our China Center, for organizing today's events and for gathering an impressive group of experts, policymakers, academics, and think tank scholars to share their insights and analysis on this critical issue. This conference is the first of two between our close friends and partners in Taipei and here in DC. We hope to stimulate a bipartisan response to counter China's malign influence, promote awareness of the PRC's legal coercion and lawfare campaign, and provide a forum to discuss solutions to the threat to the peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait and beyond. In 2005, the Chinese Communist Party enacted an anti-secession law, marking a significant juncture in the cross-strait relations, and this enactment reverberated around the globe. The law is a central component of the PRC's expanding lawfare campaign and declares, among other things, that both China and Taiwan belong to a single sovereign territory, and it seeks to establish a false legal precedent for the reunification of Taiwan and China through non-peaceful means, including military force. This fabricated legal pretext is a direct threat to international community's interest in stable cross-state relations and peaceful resolution of tensions. Moreover, this fabrication stands in opposition to the one China policy that has served as the basis for U.S. policy toward cross-strait relations, including the Taiwan's Relations Act, which makes clear the expectation that the future of Taiwan will be determined by peaceful means, and that any effort to resolve tensions by non-peaceful means is a threat to regional peace and security. Since 2005, we have witnessed the ambition of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping's leadership to supplant the established international norms and institutions that have ensured global peace and stability for decades. Given the increase in CCP aggressive actions in the Indo-Pacific region and its malicious, coercive influence campaigns against Taiwan, it is crucial that the United States leads the West in opposition to unilateral changes in the status quo. In the context of the larger threat the communist regime in China poses to the global peace and stability, we are confronting a number of questions and challenges. What were the underlying motivations behind the passage of the anti-secession law? How has it changed the geopolitical landscape in the Taiwan Strait? What implications does it hold for stability and security in the Indo-Pacific region? Today's conference will address these issues, drawing upon the expertise of our distinguished panelists and participants. The discussions today will cover a range of views to deepen our understanding in this multifaceted issue. Before we commence our proceedings, I would like to thank everyone for their attendance here today, both in person and those joining us online. I hope that today's expert discussions will carry influence beyond this place and in multiple spheres. And now to begin, it is my honor to introduce my friend and our first speaker, the 70th Secretary of State for the United States, Mike Pompeo. Mike is a distinguished fellow here at Hudson and serves as chair of the China Center's Advisory Board. At Hudson, his work focuses on promoting U.S. national security, technological leadership, and global engagement. He served as Secretary of State from April 2018 through January 2021, and previously served January 2017 to April 2018 as Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He knows elective politics, he knows service to our country in the military, and he knows the dangerous world we live in today. Please join me in welcoming Secretary Pompeo.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you, especially given the traffic out there. It's wonderful to be here in this place, Hudson Institute, where John, you have built such an impressive team working so diligently on behalf of American national security, especially with the challenges presented by the Chinese Communist Party. and in particular, some of the issues that we'll talk about today. I saw this as Secretary of State. This status, this issue of the relationship between the United States and Taiwan's place in the world is central to so much in American national security. Today, we'll talk about the status of Taiwan, but I think it's important to make sure we understand that the background is one that is fundamentally different than one that we had for many, many years. It's grown increasingly unstable because Xi Jinping has made it so. We've watched their assaults meet little resistance. It's even more urgent for us today that we speak with absolute moral clarity and strategic clarity about these issues because Xi Jinping watches everything that we do. What has happened in Ukraine, what's happening in Israel. I assure you Xi Jinping is watching to see if America will be the staunch ally that it has been for decades, and if it will remain so at the moments that really matter most. John spoke about this law, this Anti-Secession Law from 2005, now almost 2 decades on. Xi Jinping refers to this with some frequency in private meetings, including, I understand, with President Biden, but I can assure you Wang Zhishe and Wang Yi mentioned it in conversations with me as well. They use it in a way that is threatening. They use it in a way that makes it very clear they have no intention of honoring the agreements that they have previously made. And that's perhaps the best launching point. When the time we have here today, I want to talk about that law and its impact about how the United States should respond to that. I think most importantly, we should just be clear, right? We should just be frank about the fact that the Chinese Communist Party has no intention of respecting any law, including one that it drafted itself. This is lawless behavior from this country. It is lawless behavior that doesn't respect basic human rights and dignity. It's lawless behavior with respect to basic property rights, including the property rights of American corporations and financial institutions, is something that we all have come to see is a farce. The Anti-Secession Law is no exception to that. It's a ruse, if you will. It's a legal ruse. It's a propaganda piece, and it's used as a pretext for applying pressure and potential takeover of Taiwan. It's interesting because the law itself, the State Department legal team did a bunch of work. The law itself is invalid. It has 3 conditions under which China might use, quote, non-peaceful means, end of quote, to respond towards, quote, Taiwanese independence as they describe it, end of quote. Taiwan's leaders have repeatedly said there's no need to declare their independence because, of course, we know the facts on the ground indicate they are already so. They're already independent. This is a fact. Can't be changed by any law passed by the Chinese Communist Party. Can't be passed by anything that happens at the United Nations. We all know this to be true. You know, when I left the Trump administration, it was about 180 seconds before I was banned from traveling to China. It was funny. My son was engaged at the time, and his fiance called and said, "Does that include me? Like, am I banned too? It says you and your family. I'm just potential family." And I suggested she travel to Beijing immediately if she wanted to go. The rest of her life would likely be different. Now 2 years on, still married, so far so good, and unable to travel to a place. Having said that, I've been to Taiwan now a couple times. I'll head back in the days that follow. I think if there's one thing that makes clear these are 2 separate nations is that my passport clears in Taipei. These are different places. The status quo that has been in place for over 7 decades now, I think makes abundantly clear this status. And you know, the Xi Jinping will talk about peaceful reunification. This is absolute hypocrisy. There's been nothing peaceful about Chinese behavior with respect to Taiwan over these last years. The Communist Party has steadfastly rejected Taiwan's repeated requests to talk about this, to have negotiations. All official contacts with Taiwanese officials have been arbitrarily cut off by the CCP. You should know the United States hasn't treated Taiwanese diplomats very well either. In the Trump administration, we rectified a good deal of that, putting in place the proper relationship between American diplomats and Taiwanese diplomats. This is effort by the Chinese Communist Party is not an exhaustion of peace. It is a demonstrated lack of the commitment to peace on the part of the Chinese Communist Party. They want nothing to do with that. The next thing we should think our way through is these incidents, these mini crises that we continue to see pop up on the islands with respect to the Philippines today. These aren't random events. These are things that are deeply connected to the anti-secession law. They are seeking to provoke responses to give them pretext for further action and further pressure. We should never be naive and think somehow that these were simply incidents that randomly occurred around the world. Just as communist dictatorships for decades have created pretexts to go after enemies, you can be sure the CCP will continue to do this. Each incident or crisis always created in a moment where they can intimidate and coerce and apply pressure. An incident, then coercion, whether that be at the UN or at the World Health Organization, wherever it may be, this is a strategic effort to undermine the world's view on this very important issue. And this anti-secession law is just one more tool to continue to violate international norms and principles. We've seen this. It violates the principle of self-determination enshrined in the UN Charter. As Taiwan has already established, of course, as we know, its own government, which will make a peaceful transition in just a few days. Its people, the people of Taiwan, have indicated their deep intent to continue in their current lifestyle. They want what they have today. The law that the Chinese attempted to use undermines this threat by threatening force, by, if peaceful methods fail, essentially placing military action as a legitimate response to Taiwanese activity. Beyond Taiwan, this anti-secession law presents a risk to global peace and stability as well. It's in a sense a loaded gun. It is an explicit threat of military force if Taiwan declares independence, or if the CCP one day decides that its efforts at political coercion are not moving at the pace which Xi Jinping desires. This threat of force that is inherent in the anti-secession law introduces real risk. I certainly saw that in my time as Secretary of State, and I observed it when I was CI Director as well. And it complicates relations with countries that have significant economic and strategic interests in Taiwan. And the Chinese Communist Party knows that. It knows it is putting economic pressure on Taiwan and its people as well. We know, too, that this lane, the Taiwan Strait, is a major shipping venue. Lots of product moves through. The conflict there would disrupt global supply chains in ways that I don't think the world has fully taken on board, nor have insurers or American companies that are operating in that space. I don't think they have acknowledged the economic risk that is associated with this anti-secession law, what that might mean at a moment of conflict. We know this. When tensions rise, when there's threat to stability, it has ripple effects throughout the global economy that matter very much to every American family. Last thought. The anti-secession law, if you read it carefully, creates a bad precedent. It creates a precedent by giving other nations opposed to Western values a playbook for undermining those very Western values. It introduces greater risk for broader conflict, and it's not going to go away until Xi Jinping fundamentally alters his references to the law and his use of the law to coerce. We know this. The Chinese Communist Party, under his rule, is not going to be deterred by climate change negotiations or harsh words at international functions. It only will stop when it sees the costs of its behavior exceeding the benefits. And the United States and its partners around the world can demonstrate that those costs are higher. But it's going to take more than just press conferences and press releases. It's going to take more than statements uttered at international things. It's going to take a real Western response, a united response, and I was thrilled to be at the front end of acknowledging the need for that and beginning to build it out. I'm confident that we have the tools to do so. I'm confident that we have the tools to push back against Xi Jinping and his use of this anti-secession law. It will take two things to do it. It'll take moral clarity. We can't be ambiguous about these risks and Xi Jinping's threats. And then it'll take strategic clarity in terms of how we think about building out both our military and industrial capabilities in the region and our diplomatic efforts with our partners as well. The Hudson Center, the work that John has done, that Miles are doing, will be an important part of helping organize meaningful discussion around that, how to build it. And I want to thank all the others who are coming here today, Senator Cotton, Senator Blackburn, and other lawmakers for spending time on what is a quintessentially important issue for the American people. I am confident that America is going to get this right, that we will, along with our partners in the region, build out a construct which will deliver peace to the Taiwanese people, prosperity for the Taiwanese people, and for all of us as well. John, thanks for inviting me here this morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And my name is Miles Yu, and I am the Senior Fellow and Director of China Center here at the Hudson Institute. I'd like to take the moment to thank Secretary Pompeo, who just left, for another important engagement, for his salient remarks, highlighting the widespread impact and the potential threats posed by this anti-secession law. And I would also like to thank Robert Tsao from Taiwan for his contribution to help make today's conference possible. Now, today we have a very rich program. We have 3 panels. The first panel will be basically consist of several speakers. Senator Cotton will go first, and then followed by a virtual presentation by Robert Tsao, and then finally it will be some remarks by Senator Blackburn of Tennessee. Following that, we have another panel of scholars, the world-renowned legal experts on Chinese law and beyond, and who are here. We thank you very much for coming. And finally, we have a perspective from the sort of think tank world, the policy perspective, that will be in the afternoon. In between the second panel and third panel, we have a very nice conversation with the 30th Prime Minister of Australia, our good friend, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, and he will have a conversation, so we'll have a chance to chat with him on this very important issue, because as you know, Australia is a very important partner with the United States in preserving peace and stability, not only in the Pacific, Indo-Pacific region, but also in many other aspects that go beyond the regional security realm. The testimony of that is the recent formation of a very important technological security package called AUKUS. So that's of a significance to not only the Australia, to the United States, but also to the global peace. And then after that, we have a reception in the afternoon, after the third panel, and everybody is welcome to stay. Our food does not rival these delicious delicacies in Taiwan, but we're trying to strive to the excellence level there. So now let me just say a few words while waiting for Senator Cotton to arrive. You know, we also say China is a dictatorship, but dictatorship is not a traditional one, because the Chinese government, pretty much like a Nazi regime some nearly 80-some years ago, that understands the usefulness of the guise of legality. A lot of things that of former dictatorships of high sophistication, like the Soviet Union, like Nazi Germany, they understand the law is important. So they committed enormous crime, the genocides, in the name of the law, from Nuremberg law to all kinds of regimes. And their rise to power seems to be peaceful and lawful, but then they use democracy to destroy democracy. That's something that China tried to emulate the without much of the sophistication, as I say in the past, because if you read the actual anti-secession law of 2005, it was pretty blatant. Words are very strong, full of proletarian hubris, and absolutely, it itself looks like a very unlawful law. So ultimately, we have to answer the question, and that is, how do we expect the law to be respected in a land that does not respect the law at all, right? So that's the issue we're facing here. But since it is a law, it does provide, from PRC perspective, their legal justification for something that's a more odious and much more dangerous, that is the military invasion of Taiwan. So it is in that aspect that we are going to talk about this this foundational concept of somehow I arbitrarily designated territory that has never applied for membership within this union, and therefore you're seceded from us, and therefore it's justified to be dealt with the force of arms. Now, the Chinese leadership from Deng Xiaoping to Jiang Zemin to Hu Jintao and to Xi Jinping, they very often cited this American Civil War as an example. Say, listen, Lincoln fought the Civil War to preserve the territorial integrity of the motherland of the United States of America. They actually use the words motherland to describe this country. So, but they forget one thing. Each one of the 11 states that seceded from the United States, from the Union, originally applied to join the Union, agree to the fundamental constitutional framework that it is part of the Union. Therefore, that is a legitimate definition of secession, right? So I think the Civil War ultimately solved several questions. The Constitution really did not specifically define. One, obviously, is the respect of the majority will. If there is a majority that voted for some the power result over there, therefore everybody should respect that result. You cannot say, I didn't vote for you, therefore I'm out of here. So that's secession. Secondly, obviously, is the protection of minority rights, right? So I think the Constitutional Civil War basically solved that problem to the delicate balance of respect for majority will and the respect for minority rights. And our founding father even went on to draft something that's much more fundamental. That is, there is this danger in any democracy of the dictatorship of the majority. That is, to use majority status to destroy the democratic institution, the very institution that put you to power in the first place. That's basically Hitler's road to power. So our founding father basically says something very fundamental. That is to create an area that's beyond the reach of the majority, as George Will said very eloquently, which is a phrase borrowed from James Madison. That is, there are certain areas that everybody should have the unalienable rights, that beyond the reach of majority. And that's really is universal. This is something that we celebrate. I think when I was working in Secretary Pompeo's office as his China policy advisor, he was courageous enough to take the initiative to commission a commission. It's called the Commission on Unalienable Rights. That basically addresses that very issue of the area, the realms that beyond the reach of the state of the majority, even minority challenging to the legitimacy of the majority government. So I think that is a very, very important point I'm trying to make. Now, let me just end this soliloquy and a monologue and by introducing our next panel. And over the course of the next hour, we will hear from several key speakers regarding the anti-secession law's malicious influence on Taiwan and the larger threat posed by PRC, coercion strategies on the established interest of the international community, including regional security and global stability. To begin this session, it is my distinguished honor and pleasure to welcome to the podium Senator Tom Cotton, United States Senator from Arkansas. Senator Cotton currently sits on the Judiciary, Intelligence, and Armed Services Committees, and has been a critical voice in efforts to counter China's malign influence on Taiwan and the U.S. interest. Senator Cotton has an illustrious career, and I think we distribute to each one of you in the audience a comprehensive list of the bios of each of the speakers. And so I will not just waste our precious time reserved for this occasion. And please consult that. You can also watch this event today live stream nationwide, and our live stream file will be there forever. Nothing is forever, but our record will be forever. Senator Cotton, thank you very much, and welcome.
The only thing that's forever may be Chinese communist surveillance. Thank you, Miles, for the kind introduction. It's a privilege to be back at the Hudson Institute to discuss the most profound foreign policy challenge facing our nation. The People's Republic of China, under the dictatorship of the Chinese Communist Party, is the single gravest threat to the United States in our modern history. Few men understand this better than your first speaker, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Hudson's own Miles Yu. Thank you both for your leadership on the issue. I'd also like to thank the Hudson Institute and your president, John Walters, for hosting this important event today. Let us face the candid facts. Since the year 2000, Communist China has increased its military spending by 100%. As a result, Beijing now commands the largest army, navy, coast guard, and maritime militia in the world. China also possesses the second most advanced air force and is building its nuclear arsenal at a rate that two commanders of our nuclear forces have called breathtaking. It has the largest stock of sea mines, the biggest submarine fleet, and an unrivaled arsenal of ballistic missiles. What's more, China's wartime productive capacity is greater than any other nation in the world. It produces 70% of the world's drones, more cars and steel than any other nation. And a single Chinese shipyard can produce more ships than every American shipyard combined. China has 13 of those shipyards. Our nation has never faced an enemy with the combined military and economic capabilities of Communist China. China's military is now comparable in size to Nazi Germany's before World War II and is more advanced than the Soviet Union's military in the Cold War. All of these facts point to one unmistakable conclusion. Communist China is preparing for war. Perhaps there will not be a war. Perhaps Communist China, like Soviet Russia, according to Winston Churchill, does not want war, but rather the fruits of war. However, war is a distinct possibility, and we don't know where it might start because China's ambitions are so vast. China claims dominion over more than 1 million square miles of ocean and islands in the South China Sea, as well as hundreds of thousands of miles of the East China Sea and vast swaths of territory in the Himalayan mountains. Beijing is pressing its claims in all of these theaters. In 2020, Chinese troops brutally murdered 20 Indian soldiers in the Himalayan mountains in the deadliest border clash with India in 50 years. With growing frequency, Chinese communists are sailing naval, Coast Guard, and merchant militia vessels into disputed waters and flying warplanes into foreign airspaces. Yet nowhere is more dangerous than the island of Taiwan, home to nearly 24 million free men and women. As stated in China's Anti-Secession Law, Beijing is fully prepared to use, quote, non-peaceful means and other necessary measures to unify the island with the mainland. Put bluntly, war. Chinese communists don't simply want to control Taiwan out of a sense of national pride, but because the island is central to its greater ambitions. With Taiwan, Chinese communists would break through the so-called first island chain and gain control over what Douglas MacArthur famously called the unsinkable aircraft carrier. China would acquire an unrivaled strategic advantage in both the South and East China Seas, would also secure China's eastern flank and free the communists to pursue their interests on their border with India and press their interests elsewhere around the world. That's why China's communist rulers have pledged to take control of the island ever since they took power and reiterated those aspirations in the Anti-Secession Law. And in his New Year's address this year, Xi Jinping declared that the reunification of the motherland is a historical inevitability. These are far from empty words. For over a decade, Xi has built up the Chinese military in preparation of a Taiwan invasion, including tripling the size of the Chinese Marine Corps. Xi is also conducting increasingly aggressive, frequent, and massive military exercises around the island. In 2022 alone, China violated Taiwanese airspace more than 1,700 times, more times than the previous 3 years combined. And it maintained this hyper-aggressive pace through last year. This makes Taiwan both the likeliest and the most dangerous flashpoint in the world, and especially for a conflict between the United States and China, putting us into a conflict with the second most powerful nation in the world, only 100 miles from its borders. While China has prepared, unfortunately, our government has dithered and allowed our military to atrophy. Our Army is now the smallest since the start of World War II. Our Navy is the smallest since World War I, and our Air Force is smaller, older, and less prepared than it's ever been. One study found that our military only has enough long-range, precision-guided munitions for 1 week of war over Taiwan. Yet our inflation-adjusted defense budget has shrunk every year that Joe Biden has been president. Time is running short to prepare for the gathering storm over Taiwan. The Congress and the President should immediately increase the Pentagon budget and initiate a strategy of rearmament to deter, and if necessary, defeat a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Many here in Washington seem to have forgotten that military budgets do not, and indeed cannot, shape military requirements. Rather, military requirements have to shape our military budget. And we're facing dangers that are greater than any time in my generation. We need a military budget fit for the challenges we face. We should invest in the expansion and modernization of our Navy and Air Force, harden our bases in the Pacific, and surge missiles, mines, and anti-aircraft weapons into the region. Above all, we need to expand America's defense industrial base, with particular focus on increasing production of long-range and anti-ship munitions, as well as torpedoes. One way to achieve these things is the Defense Production Act. The Defense Production Act is an indispensable tool, but to effectively wield it, we need to fundamentally reform the Pentagon office in charge of its implementation. The obscure DPA Investment Office is understaffed, underfunded, and underused. Today, it appears there are fewer than 5 staff members, 5, in the whole vast Pentagon tasked with implementing the DPA, which may explain why that office has repeatedly failed to spend even half of its congressionally approved budget on its vital tasks in a timely manner. We need to expand that office and its staff and its budget and give it clear instructions to prioritize above all the production of munitions for a potential conflict over Taiwan. Winston Churchill summarized Europe's grave errors before the Second World War when he wrote, "The malice of the wicked was reinforced by the weakness of the virtuous." We have too long reinforced the malice of communist China with our own weakness in the West. Now, only American strength can prepare us for this gathering storm. Thank you all for the invitation to speak to you on this important topic and what you are doing to help restore American strength.
Thank you, Senator Cotton, for contributing your keen perspective to this conference and for your steadfast dedication to countering China's coercive influence in policy-making forums. For our next installment in our session this morning, I'd like to introduce the sponsor of today's event, Robert Tsao, a founder of United Microelectronics Corporation, UMC, and a pioneer of Taiwan's semiconductor industry. Mr. Tsao has previously recorded his remarks for today, and I kindly ask that you now direct your attention to the screen for this contribution.
Welcome, Secretary Pompeo, members of the U.S. Senate, and our many other distinguished guests. Good morning. I'm Robert Tsao, the sponsor for today's conference. It's my great pleasure to share my thoughts and concerns on a critical issue affecting peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and beyond, the PRC's Anti-Secession Law. My life's work has been in the research and the development of semiconductor chip design and manufacture. In 2020, Dr. Robert Tsao of TSMC and I jointly received an award from the Hsinchu Science Park for our outstanding achievements and contributions to Taiwan's high-tech industry. In recent years, however, my time, attention, and energy have gradually turned toward the security and survival of Taiwan. Growing threat from the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, have made me increasingly uneasy about the future of my country. Consequently, I decided to organize a fund of $100 million aimed at reinforcing Taiwan's security and encouraging greater international support for Taiwan. Indeed, the stability of this region is of critical importance to the world. Conflict over the Taiwan Strait would inevitably lead to adverse consequences, several magnitude greater than those in Ukraine and Israel combined. In my area of expertise, semiconductor chips, it is a fact that over 90% of the world's most advanced sub-10 nanometer chips come from Taiwan. These chips are needed to power the next generation of AI technologies that are reshaping the world as we know it. If war breaks out in Taiwan, the disruption, not to mention the cessation of chip production, would undermine the development of AI-related industries across the world for many years to come, leading to immeasurable multi-sector economic losses. More immediately, nearly 50% of the world containers traffic and 90% of the largest container ship by tonnage pass through the Taiwan Strait. A war here would be catastrophic for global trade and economic growth. This is why former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, warned that what affects Taiwan affects Japan as well. Taiwan and our democratic partners and friends have much at stake. Our shared economic and technological future, our shared belief in and support for freedom and democracy, and our collective opposition to the evils of authoritarianism. There's also undoubtedly a global interest in maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. To achieve this objective, we need to be pragmatic in identifying the heart of the threat we face. We must collectively dismantle the underlying PRC rationale for its claim to Taiwan, in the same way we might dismantle the trigger of a bomb. This is my main purpose in supporting a conference such as this. Solving this equation isn't hard to do. The answer is right in front of us. It lies in the Anti-Secession Law that the Chinese Communist Party enacted in 2005. The pretext and content of the Anti-Secession Law states that Taiwan has been an inseparable sacred part of China since ancient times. It emphasizes that the PRC is committed to annexing Taiwan and use the guise of unification as the justification. If the Taiwanese people do not capitulate, it states that the PRC will use military force to achieve national unification. What goes unsaid are the historical inaccuracies, lies, threats, and disregard for international law that form the foundation of what the Anti-Secession Law is and does. The historical fact is that Taiwan has little connection to China, as we know it, prior to 1683, much less ancient times. 1683 was the year the Qing dynasty invaded and occupied coastal areas of western Taiwan. 2 centuries later, in 1895, the Qing Empire and the Empire of Japan signed the Treaty of Shimonoseki, which ceded Taiwan to Japan's sovereignty. After the end of the Second World War, Japan renounced its sovereignty over Taiwan in the Treaty of San Francisco. No formal international treaty has ever even addressed the sovereignty of Taiwan. Another key fact is that the CCP had, at one time, supported self-determination in Taiwan. In 1947, Mao Zedong stated in the People's Liberation Army newspaper that we support Taiwan's independence. We support Taiwan establishing a country of its own as they request. Why then did the CCP support Taiwan's self-determination in the past, but now insist on annexing Taiwan? The answer can be seen in this map. What we can see at the forefront is the current territory of the People's Republic of China. The surrounding red areas were territories that were once occupied by the Qing Empire, but later ceded to other countries after 1820. This includes over 1.8 million square kilometers of northern territory that were ceded to Russia, and the 36,000 square kilometers of Taiwan that were ceded to Japan. The CCP's focus on annexing Taiwan, while ignoring the red areas in the north, now part of Russia, reveals that China's claim of recovering its sacred territory since ancient times is merely a smokescreen. Its true objective in now trying to annex Taiwan is to use it as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in its competition for strategic dominance in the Pacific. This is not only directed against the US, but also other countries in the region, including Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Vietnam. This is the reason why the CCP cannot peacefully coexist with its neighbors, including Taiwan. As a renowned Chinese historian and a Princeton University professor, Yu Yingshi points out in his book, Democracy and Cross-Strait Trend, Mao Zedong's regime, established in 1949, was thoroughly a modernized regime of hooligans or street thugs. The CCP eradicated every Chinese person's independent means of subsistence, concentrating national wealth in the hands of the hooligan regime, with the distribution entirely dependent on its authority. Consequently, after 1949, there were only 2 major classes within China: the powerful class, meaning the CCP hooligan regime, and the powerless class, meaning all the rest of the Chinese people. As one of the CCP's top military masterminds, Lin Biao, once said, "In China, having power means having everything. Without power, you have nothing." This truly represents the CCP's system of belief. The CCP of today is a continuation of all it stood for in 1949. It pursues absolute power and its privilege that stem from it. More enlightened modern values, including democracy, freedom, human rights, and science, mean nothing to them. The CCP is characterized by its tight grip on power. It is unwilling to relax its grip in the slightest, even if that were in the overall interest of the Chinese people. The regime, in effect, is merely a modern iteration of the age-old Chinese dynastic system. Those were Yu Yingshi's words. I present them here because they are necessary to understand the context of what a CCP is and represents. These are precisely the reason why China's economic development did not lead to democracy, as we once expected, but instead drove greater centralization and military assertiveness. Democracy would only have placed limits on the CCP's authority. Instead, military expansionism further reinforces its continual growth of power. After the CCP was admitted to the United Nations in 1972 by Resolution 2758, it used every opportunity to misrepresent the resolution to prevent Taiwan from achieving greater international recognition. In 2005, the CCP went a step further, introducing its own unilateral Anti-Secession Law, which permits non-peaceful means to unify Taiwan. The CCP thereby justified to itself the future invasion of Taiwan as a matter of a PRC law. Such PRC actions are designed to distort international perceptions, leading countries to believe that the PRC possesses sovereignty over Taiwan. They are also intended to foster political division within Taiwan, presenting unification as inevitable and freedom and democracy as without a purpose. I hope this conference helps everyone here more deeply understand that the present challenges in the Taiwan Strait do not stem from Taiwan, but derive from the CCP's expansionist ambitions. If the CCP were to achieve its goal of annexing Taiwan through the Anti-Secession Law, then the end of the Taiwan problem would inevitably be the beginning of a much larger global challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Chao, for that those insightful remarks. And obviously, it's a voice of people in Taiwan. A lot of people are concerning about those issues from the various perspectives. Taiwan, you know, it's a small island democracy, but Taiwan's impact on world politics has been disproportional, mostly because the stake is so high. Over the issue of Taiwan and the defense of Taiwan, the United States has made some commitment. So has the world in a various degree, because anything that will lead to China to apply this very law to launch a military invasion of Taiwan, immediately you'll draw the world's three biggest economies into the fight. That's the United States, China, and Japan, most likely. So that's why we're discussing issues like this. People have asked me, Miles, why do you organize this conference here in Washington, D.C. To celebrate no particular anniversary? We have a lot of issues here in Washington, D.C. Normally, events occurred because we celebrate some kind of anniversary. And this time, we don't have anything in particular. But the issue itself, the Anti-Secession Law, is such of a great consequence that we have to discuss it without considering a particular date to celebrate, because if we don't celebrate, if we don't discuss the issue over there. While we're waiting for Senator Blackburn to arrive, so let me just make a few remarks about what we are thinking here at the China Center at Hudson. And I think I mentioned about Americans' commitment to the defense of Taiwan. And of course, it follows a very long evolution from 1970s. You can even go back to 1945, right? The day after Korean War broke out on June 25th, 1950, American policy, basic policy, the bottom line about the US-Taiwan relationship has already been said. That is, President Truman sending the Seventh Fleet to the Taiwan Strait to preserve status quo, to preserve any escalation of military actions. And that basically is the bottom line of the US-Taiwan relationship and US-China relationship. That is, we strenuously opposed to any use of force to change the status quo. Now, status quo evolves. There are many, many ways. Initially, status quo means that both the governments in Taiwan and in mainland China disagree as to who represents China, right? So that's basically is a competition for legitimacy. For regional legitimacy, that competition or struggle, you might say, lasts until early 1970s, when China basically won that argument, right? Because the United Nations recognized China's legitimate representation in the international system as the sole representative of China. But then the issue is Taiwan. Who represents Taiwan? That's where ambiguity comes in. So people always say it about strategic ambiguity in Washington, D.C., and I think most people confuse what actually that means. So there is a tremendous amount of ambiguity about this ambiguity. So in a sense, most people believe, from all the documents, discussion I've seen, is about the military ambiguity. That is, if China invests Taiwan through force of arm, how would the United States respond at all, militarily or not? That's a military ambiguity. I think that does not exist, because contrary to military ambiguity, we have a military clarity all along, all the way back to June 1950. From 1954, 1955, with the signing of the Sino-American Mutual Defense Treaty, until January 1st, 1980, when President Jimmy Carter arbitrarily ended that mutual defense treaty, there was no ambiguity, obviously. It's a duty bound, both sides. An attack on Taiwan is an attack on the United States. So we have maintained the exactly same kind of mutual defense alliance with three of our major allies in Asia Pacific: Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. So that's rock solid, no ambiguity at all. Now the question is, after 1980, when there's no treaty obligation for the United States to defend Taiwan, our strategic clarity on defense Taiwan has taken several forms. Not really outright treaty obligation, but it takes the form of Taiwan Relations Act, 6 assurances, and also various presidential declarations about our resolve to use military means to stop China's military invasion of Taiwan. So every time there's a crisis in Taiwan Strait, engineered almost unanimously by China, without any exception, exclusively by China, I should say, the United States president always makes sure that the display of American resolve to use the military means to stop that is shown. You name from Bill Clinton's deployment of 2 carriers to the Taiwan Strait during the third Taiwan Strait crisis, 1995 and 1996, when China fired missiles to the vicinity of Taiwanese waters to intimidate Taiwanese voters in the first democratically held election. And then all the way to President H.W. Bush, and when he realized the Chinese purchased an enormous amount of aircrafts from then Russia, and so President H.W. Bush sold the Taiwanese about 150 some F-16s fighter jet, in proportion to the threat level posed by China at the time. And of course, his son, President George W. Bush, said very clearly, it will take whatever it takes to defend Taiwan. And of course, recently, you have President, in the Trump administration, in which I served, we did make sure that we develop a very robust relationship with Taiwan, economic, cultural, technology, biodefense, as well as arms sales. We sold Taiwanese a lot of arms for self-defense. And the incumbent president, President Biden, said at least on 4 occasions that there should be never ambiguity about Americans' resolve to commit our military forces to stop China's military intimidation attempt to invade Taiwan. So what I'm saying is ambiguity doesn't exist. This military ambiguity doesn't exist. What does exist, however, is related to what we're talking about today, is diplomatic ambiguity. We have never clearly solved the problem as to what exactly we would define Taiwan's diplomatic status from the eyes of American foreign policy point of view after 1971, when China was given their representation at the UN and the Security Council Taiwanese were completely kicked out. So the point here is, I think Taiwanese government, it took them a while. Is that from China or from? Okay, so that's what we're talking about right now. So diplomatic ambiguity it existed because of semantic wordplays from the U.S. Acknowledges Chinese position to even now there is this double talk about what exactly mean by sovereign popular sovereignty, right? If we defend Ukraine on account of defending Ukrainians' sovereignty and independence, that sovereignty and independence could well develop after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Now, if that period of time provided a democratic lifestyle, provided international recognition, why should not same thing happen to Taiwan? Right? So those issues were very, very deep, profound. So right now, we're trying to address the issue of diplomatic ambiguity. So we're very glad to have today with us one of the strongest supporter of Taiwan's democracy and Taiwanese people, Senator Marshall Blackburn, senator from Tennessee. And Senator Blackburn is first woman to represent Tennessee in the United States Senate, and serves on the Deputy Whip team as well as the Finance, Veteran Affairs, and Judiciary Committee, among others. Like what I said earlier about the Senator Cotton, we have extensive bio information for Senator Blackburn, so I don't want to waste the precious time Senator Blackburn will have in the next few minutes. And it was my pleasure and honor to welcome Senator from Tennessee, Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I am so pleased to be here and see this full room on this rainy morning. I'm telling you, DC traffic is something else today, isn't it? And I want to thank Miles and Robert and also the Hudson Institute for hosting this event today and bringing the attention to this issue. And it is only through open discussion that we can identify and address the security threats that our nation faces. And we have to be realistic about these. And there is no greater geopolitical threat to America than the Chinese Communist Party and the new axis of evil that it leads with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. Guided by Marxist ideology, the CCP is committed to achieving global domination through widespread espionage, intellectual property theft, propaganda, economic coercion, and increasingly, as we are seeing with Hong Kong, and the bullying of Taiwan with the use of force. The CCP has been clear about its intentions for years. Back in 2018, President Xi Jinping said that China would lead the reform of the global governance system and through its diplomacy of socialism. Very telling. Depending on the success of the CCP's efforts, we face two paths: a US-led world order grounded in freedom, equality, rule of law, or a China-led order grounded in inequality, coercion, and servitude to the Chinese Communist Party. The free world stands in China's way, and Taiwan, sitting just 80 miles away from China, is on the front line of this conflict, serving as a beacon of freedom, democracy, entrepreneurship, human rights in Asia, and also a beacon for the Pacific Island nations and the entire world. Taiwan's incredible success as a free and independent nation undermines the legitimacy of China's one-party communist regime, which is why eliminating this beacon of freedom has been such a long-stated and desired goal for the Chinese Communist Party. As many of you know, in 2005, China enacted its Anti-Secession Law, which makes its designs on Taiwan crystal clear. There is only one China in the world. Both the mainland and Taiwan belong to one China. China's sovereignty and territorial integrity brook no division. That is their statement. Importantly, while the law states that China prefers peaceful reunification with Taiwan, it makes clear that the CCP will use non-peaceful means if Taiwan secedes, major events entail Taiwan secession, or the avenues for peaceful reunification are exhausted. So we should make no mistake on this. The law is nothing more than a pretext for China to launch an armed invasion against a peaceful Taiwan. Of course, China is not ruled by laws, it is ruled by the whims of the Chinese Communist Party. Instead, the Anti-Secession Law serves as a harmful tool of propaganda cited by Chinese officials to give a veneer of legitimacy to China's threats of military action against Taiwan. Just in January, China's Ministry of State Security warned that the Anti-Secession Law is a sharp sword hanging over the heads of Taiwan secessionists. In 2022, the Chinese foreign minister said that China will take all necessary measures in accordance with the law if the Anti-Secession Law is eventually violated. Of course, for China, that does include non-peaceful means. More and more, China has backed up these hostile statements with aggressive actions, indicating that it is increasingly willing to use force to end Taiwan's sovereignty and independence. As many of you are aware, China is ramping up its military drills around the island nation to simulate a blockade, sending warplanes and warships into Taiwan's air defense identification zones on a nearly daily basis. Just last September, Taiwanese forces identified a record 103 Chinese warplanes around Taiwan's airspace. That was in a single day. Earlier this year, China also made unilateral changes to the disputed M503 flight path, which is just west of the Taiwan Strait's median line, further encroaching on the island's airspace. At the same time, we've seen China wage a propaganda war to weaken the resolve of the Taiwanese people, including attempts to undermine Taiwan's free and democratic elections earlier this year. But despite China's best efforts at intimidating Taiwan into submission, the Taiwanese people have continued to fight to preserve their independence. In January, Taiwan sent a clear message to the Chinese Communist Party by electing President-elect Lai, who is committed to upholding Taiwan's freedom and their democratic values. To remain free, however, Taiwan needs America's firm and unwavering support. In the Senate, I've worked to strengthen ties between our two nations. Just last week, I was so grateful to have the ambassador come by the office and have a great conversation. In 22, I was so pleased to be in Taipei and to meet with President Tsai to reaffirm America's determination to help Taiwan and other partners in the Indo-Pacific. And during that meeting, I stated what should be the obvious, that Taiwan is a country, a free and independent country. But as President Biden continues to abandon our allies and project weakness toward this new axis of evil, as I said, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, he is only increasing the likelihood of conflict between China and Taiwan. When he strengthens one member of that axis of evil, he emboldens the others. So what message is this administration sending to Beijing and Taipei by blocking military equipment from being shipped to Israel as the Jewish state fights for its survival against Iran and its terrorist proxies? What message is President Biden sending to our allies when he tells Israel to stand down and not retaliate against Tehran after they have fired hundreds of missiles and drones from Iranian territory into Israel? That was the most aggressive Iranian attack. When it comes to Taiwan, the stakes could not be higher. If China took control of the island nation, the CCP would not only have a strategic military stronghold, but would also have unprecedented control over trade routes in the South China Sea, which host 1/4 of global merchandise export trade, $5.3 trillion. Of course, Taiwan also produces more than 90% of advanced semiconductor chips, which are essential for everything from cars to medical technology equipment to modern appliances, many of those made in my home state of Tennessee. We know that the only way to secure peace is through strength, and Taiwan must maintain credible deterrence and that asymmetric battle posture to prevent a Chinese communist invasion. In the Senate, I have introduced, alongside Senators Rubio and Scott, the Taiwan Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act, which would authorize a defense lend or lease program for the government of Taiwan. Among its crucial provisions, this legislation would establish expedited procedures to ensure the timely delivery of defense articles loaned and or leased to Taiwan, require a report determining the defense needs of Taiwan as they prepare that asymmetric battle posture, define and clarify what the means of aggression by the People's Liberation Army might look like. This bill will do so much to bolster Taipei's defensive capabilities while protecting the Taiwanese and American citizens residing on the island from potential aggression carried out by the CCP. At the same time, the U.S. must bolster its economic cooperation with Taiwan, especially through a free trade agreement. Just as Beijing ramps up its military operations around Taiwan, the island nation remains vulnerable to economic coercion from China. Last year, China and Hong Kong accounted for 20% of Taiwan's imports. Meanwhile, they accounted for more than 1/3 of Taiwan's exports. President-elect Lai has acknowledged the problem. He's arguing that Taiwan must foster secure supply chains while pursuing trade agreements that encourage trade diversification. The US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act, I know it's a long name, but it was signed into law last year, and it was an important first step. But the administration is going to have to do more to expand that market access. As the Senate works on tax cut extensions, it is also important that we eliminate double taxation on cross-border investments between Taiwan and America to expand economic ties. Finally, the U.S. must continue to push for Taiwan's inclusion in international organizations, including the World Health Organization's annual assembly. It is inexcusable for international organizations to kowtow to Communist China's demands and deny Taiwan, a dynamic, innovative, and forward-looking country, to have a seat at the table. Only through open dialogue can we begin to work on solutions to the threats that we face from China. That's why your conference is important, and I look forward to hearing about the insights that you have from today's panel discussion. And through it all, we should keep in mind that we need to ensure that the 21st century is an American century, that we will never kowtow to China, and that this means supporting our cherished allies like Taiwan. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Miles. I appreciate that. Good to be with you. Thank you. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn, for this very insightful remarks. And Senator Blackburn from Tennessee is one of my favorite states in this country, because it's from the land of my hero, Elvis. Even though he was born in Mississippi, but he made his fame there. I was wondering if we could only change, the Chinese government make a big deal out of this Taiwanese government request to change the letter, T in TECRO represented in Lithuania. So, you could always say that T is not necessarily changed to Taipei. It could be like Tennessee. So that will play this some kind of a semantic ambiguity again. Now, we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we move to the next stage, which is a panel discussion, because we need to mic up the speakers. So 5 minutes, and we'll start at the 10 o'clock prompt. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we just heard the first panelist, actually first session, I should say, remarks by our national leaders, elected or appointed either way. Washington, D.C. is a city of not only political leaders, policy pundits, but also it's a city of scholarship. And we have a lot of conferences in Washington, D.C. each year and even each month that have a highest quality of scholarly discussion. This issue is about the law, it's about Chinese law. And therefore, we really need a legal muscle to really to analyze, to dissect the true meaning and the legalistic analysis of this Anti-Secession Law of 2005. Fortunately, we have today a panel consist of the world's renowned legal experts on Chinese law, on international law, and beyond. And each one of the panelists have built a reputation beyond the city, the nation. And I've watched some of the YouTube videos, and I learned a lot from them. And so I'm very pleased to welcome them today. So today, speaking for us, on this panel are three scholars. First of all, we have Don Clark. Don is a good friend and a professor of law, and David Weaver, research professor at George Washington University Law School. He specializes in modern Chinese law, focused on corporate governance, legal institutions, and legal aspect of China's economic reforms. You can basically safely say that when it comes to Chinese law, you cannot really escape the name Don Clark. Second, we have Professor Yujie Chen, who is assistant research professor at the Law Institute of Academia Sinica in Taiwan, and a non-resident affiliated scholar at the US-Asia Law Institute of New York University School of Law. Yujie was born and raised in Taiwan. Her research explores legal and political controversies in relations across the Taiwan Strait, China's influence on international human rights and regimes issues, and in Chinese administration of justice and Hong Kong's changing rule of law. And then last but not least, we have Professor Margaret Lewis, popularly known as Maggie Lewis. She is Associate Dean for Faculty Development and Institutional Operations and a Professor of Law at Seton Hall University in the great state of New Jersey. She's also renowned for her expertise in Chinese and Taiwanese law, particularly in criminal justice and human rights and legal issues in the US-China relations. So we have extensive full biography information in our handouts today. So without further ado, I'm going to yield the podium to our first speaker, Professor Don Clark of GW.
Thanks very much, Miles. I'm really delighted to be here, and this is an important topic, and I'm glad we're going to have the chance to discuss it from all kinds of different angles. So in these remarks, I'm going to address the question many of you may be asking, and indeed it's a question that I have often asked myself, which is, what is the significance of the Anti-Secession Law specifically as a legal document? So how does it fit into the Chinese legal system? Is it like other Chinese legislation? Is it different? Is it any different for any practical purpose from just a policy statement such that we might see issuing from the State Council or from the Central Committee? So to start with, I'm going to talk something about the legal features of the Anti-Secession Law and then talk a bit about its history and the policy behind it, because of course it's already been almost 20 years, and some aspects of that history I think may have been forgotten. So, many commentators, not just outside China, but inside China as well, have noted that the Anti-Secession Law really isn't very law-like in the usual sense. And, well-known party-aligned legal scholars such as Zhou Yezhong or a guy named Tian Feilong, they have both made this point. So it's quite brief, just about 1,000 characters. And in that brevity and vagueness, of course, if you look at it, it's not only unlike laws in the United States, but in fact, it's also unlike most laws in China. So it states a lot of principles, it makes a lot of assertions, But it actually has no rules saying, you have to do this or you cannot do that. It specifies no sanctions. It has no enforcement mechanism within the legal system. It does, of course, have an enforcement mechanism, so to speak, in its threat of non-peaceful means referred to in Article 8. Now, the Chinese legal system is not without vague and detailed laws, but there's a custom in the system, which is sometimes you have a vague, detailed law at first, and then it's followed up, and everybody understands this will happen. It's followed up by detailed implementing regulations, judicial interpretations. Sometimes the judicial interpretations are longer than the actual law itself. This is what happened in 1979 when China passed a law on Sino-foreign joint ventures. Just 2,000 characters, very vague, saying, basically, we welcome foreign investment. Not possible to provide a structure for, corporate governance as such. And as everyone expected, it was followed up with detailed implementing regulations. But at the time the Anti-Secession Law was passed, and for many years later, Chinese commentators themselves were noting its lack of detail, and we're saying, we need to, have some kind of implementing regulations as we would for normal Chinese legislation. But a very unusual thing occurred with the Anti-Secession Law, which is at the very time it was passed, a spokesman for the Taiwan Affairs Office at the State Council, which was one of the kind of co-issuers of this law, they quite unusually made a specific announcement saying, no implementing regulations will be forthcoming about this law. I've never seen such an announcement before. They said, don't expect this to happen. It's not going to happen. And in fact, here we are 19 years later, and it's never happened. So clearly, the Anti-Secession Law was intended from the very start just to be an unelaborated statement of kind of vague principles that would never be modified through the legal process. This does not, of course, mean that China's Taiwan policy could not be changed and has not been changed. Clearly, it has been changed over time. And then as China's policy changes, China's interpretations of what the Anti-Secession Law means change. But the point is the change is accomplished through, party pronouncements, government statements, media reports, academic commentary. It's not changed through legal means. It's not changed through the National People's Congress passing some new statute. So it's this kind of very capacious vessel into which lots of different policy content can be poured. So in particular, the feature of the Anti-Secession Law that presents the biggest problem for legal analysis, perhaps suggesting that it's all irrelevant, is what it is not. So what is the Anti-Secession Law not? It's not like the US-Taiwan Relations Law, Taiwan's Relations Act, even though China likes to compare it to the Taiwan Relations Act. Because what is the thing about the Taiwan Relations Act? It's an act that both enables the executive to do stuff and requires the executive to do stuff. By contrast, China's Anti-Secession Law doesn't allow or require the Chinese government to do anything that it couldn't already have done without the law. Way back in 2005, Richard Bush, who's a person many of you will be familiar with, commented quite accurately. He says, the ASL does not create any authority where it did not exist, and the actions of China's leaders will not change because it is on the books. So I was sort of amused to hear Secretary Pompeo this morning saying that Chinese leaders frequently bring this up. I mean, are they claiming that, we're compelled to do this because otherwise the National People's Congress will sort of boot us out of office or something? I mean, it's a bit laughable. So, as we all know, China's political system is Leninist. It doesn't accept any legal restrictions on government. And this is particularly so in the realm of foreign and military affairs, where the state can do whatever it wants to do, and they don't need to pass a law to enable themselves. Okay, now for a few words on the history and the policy. So the Anti-Secession Law was passed quite quickly, apparently in a kind of a panic over political developments in Taiwan. So back in 2004, Chen Shui-bian had just narrowly won re-election as president, And he had promised during his campaign that he was going to hold a referendum on a new constitution in 2006. So China was very afraid that the pan-green coalition would win a majority in the subsequent legislative UN elections, which took place in December 2004, and that they would use this majority to push through the referendum and this kind of constitutional change. And China saw this as a kind of lawfare on Taiwan's part, that is, an attempt to give legal legitimacy to what they saw as the Greens' objective of formal independence. So the Anti-Secession Law was kind of China's effort to fight law with law. What happened in the legislative UN elections, though, was that the pan-blue coalition retained its majority. So this should have comforted China considerably, but it seems that, you know, the train was already too far out of the station, or whatever metaphor you want to use, and that it, you know, the process could not be called off at that point. So one aspect of the Anti-Secession Law's history that may be worth highlighting is that at the time, it actually was not universally perceived as particularly aggressive. So to be sure, some people saw it that way. The US government made strong representations at several levels to the Chinese government, saying, you know, don't go through with the law, this is too provocative, but of course, as we know, to no avail. Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council viewed it as expanding the conditions under which China could use force against Taiwan. But there were a lot of other commentators, and by no means all kind of, you know, China sympathizers, who saw it as conciliatory, pointing out that it could be read as a signal that China did not intend to move militarily, provided Taiwan respected the status quo. In other words, the argument was that the goal of the law was not active unification, but rather the passive prevention of formal separation. And indeed, the name of the law was changed at the very last minute from Law on Unification to Anti-Secession Law. I should note, however, that some commentators argued that this was for a completely different reason. In other words, the idea that if you called it a unification law, that would imply that China was not now unified, whereas if you call it the Anti-Secession Law, that implies that China and Taiwan are already part of a single whole, and that, of course, is China's official position, that they are already part of a whole. So interestingly, some other interesting features about the law, it never uses the term People's Republic of China, and indeed, to the best of my knowledge, this is the only statute, you know, since China started passing statutes in 1950, it's the only statute passed by the National People's Congress or its standing committee that does not start out with the words, you know, People's Republic of China, law on. It's just law on, the only statute of its kind. It does not require fealty to China's One China principle or the alleged 1992 consensus as a precondition for talks, and it says that the two governments should engage in dialogue as equals. So, you know, quite a change from PRC policy today. So the very vagueness of these provisions mean that as a policy statement, it can be plausibly interpreted in many ways, and the absence of any implementing regulations or explanatory interpretations over the years shows that the Chinese government likes it that way. So interestingly, the more hostile interpretations, that is, interpretations of the law that make it more threatening to Taiwan, a lot of these interpretations have recently come, you know, not just from foreign observers, but from Chinese sources as well. I already mentioned Tian Feilong, who's a law professor at Beihang University. He's not a nobody. He's a leading kind of hardline nationalist intellectual. And in an article he wrote in 2020, elaborating on a speech by Li Jianshu, who was then chairman of the National People's Congress Standing Committee and the number 3 man on the Politburo Standing Committee. In this article, Tian argued that the goal of the Anti-Secession Law was nothing less than complete unification, quote unquote, so 完全统一 in Chinese. And in case there's any doubt about what that means, he says, no room for what he called appeasement or opportunism, which presumably means no room for compromise at all of any kind over the PRC's absolute authority over Taiwan affairs after unification. Now, some Chinese commentators, you know, on the law are apparently oblivious to everything that has happened in Hong Kong, and so they tend to point to it enthusiastically as an outstanding example of the resounding success of the one country, two systems, and they just wonder how could anyone in Taiwan, be worried about this? Look how well it's gone in Hong Kong. Tian, by contrast, he's not dumb. He's very much aware of what happened. And in fact, he views developments in Taiwan as providing an important lesson for the central government in its management of a post-unification Taiwan. He tells his readers, you must not romanticize the notion of one country, two systems, or local autonomy. PRC government must maintain control over education to make sure children are inculcated into the right kind of thinking, and over the legal system in the realm of national security, which of course, as we know from Hong Kong's experience, can be stretched to cover almost anything. So what this all shows is that it would be a mistake to read much determinate policy content into the anti-secession law. At a minimum, of course, it means we don't want Taiwan to declare formal independence. Beyond that, though, the current policy can be much more reliably gleaned from, what is the government saying now in its official statements and actions, of course, rather than looking at the text of the anti-secession law. Finally, I just want to say the very existence of the anti-secession law, though, is in fact a clear statement of one very important policy, which is that in any armed conflict with Taiwan, China does not consider itself bound by the international law of armed conflict. So China, or if not technically China, then a very prolific and apparently approved academic commentator, a man named You Zhiqiang, takes the rather extreme position that all states have an inherent unconditional right to preserve their territorial integrity, and ignoring examples to the contrary, such as, for example, the voluntary breakup of Czechoslovakia, it insists that this commitment to maintaining territorial integrity is a kind of inherent feature that every state always does, and it argues that any measure that a state undertakes to maintain its territorial integrity, at least within the claimed boundaries of that state, any measures are not governed by international law. Now, this is simply false. Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions of 1949, for example, specifically applies to conflicts, quote, not of an international character, unquote. Now, of course, as we know, China will tell you, they say, well, a conflict with Taiwan is not of an international character, but that does not necessarily mean that it's so. Conflicts of an international character are conflicts between states. And as Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council correctly noted in its 2005 commentary to the anti-secession law, they said, and this is correct, Taiwan meets all the conditions for statehood of a document called the Montevideo Convention of 1933 on the rights and duties of states. And so, it lists a bunch of, things that make a state, control over a defined territory, not having anybody else able to tell you what to do. And in fact, the Montevideo Convention specifically, counters an argument that many people make. It specifically says that, recognition by other states is not a condition for statehood. So, the fact that the UN doesn't consider Taiwan a state, the fact that not a lot of other states recognize Taiwan as a state, doesn't matter in terms of the Montevideo Convention. Now, China is not a signatory to the convention. This was done by some South American states back in 1933, but it's generally understood that the Montevideo Convention is kind of declaratory of customary international law, and customary international law is mandatory. So basically, the Montevideo Convention is a reflection of what customary international law says. So in short, we have customary international law saying that Taiwan is a state. A conflict between states invokes duties under the international laws of war, and China has declared that it's going to ignore those duties. So let me stop here, and I will pass the baton on to our next speaker, Dr. Chen. Thank you.
Can we have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Many thanks to
Many thanks to Miles and Hudson Institute for the invitation for me to speak on this very important subject. So my role today is to talk about the impact of the anti-secession law with a focus on the Taiwan perspective. But before I do that, I want to, where should I point it to? So before, maybe we'll do that from the control room. Could you please, oh, that's right. Thank you. Okay, so I want to preface my presentation with this quote from Wang Yi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He said in a speech at Asia Society in September 2022, he said that if the anti-secession law is eventually violated, we must take all necessary measures in accordance with the law. Therefore, if the U.S. also hopes for a peaceful resolution of the Taiwan issue, it must take a clear stance to stop all Taiwan independence activities. Otherwise, it will backfire, and the responsibility will not lie with the Chinese side. The reason I'm bringing this up is because this remark highlights two very important points from the Chinese perspective. First of all, the anti-secession law is never only intended for the Taiwanese population. The audience is extended to international society, the U.S. included. We should say the U.S. particularly. So this is an important message delivered to an American audience. The second point here is if there's a war across the Taiwan Strait, China should not take the blame. In fact, the so-called Taiwan independence forces and also the hostile foreign forces should bear the responsibility for such a conflict. So bear this in mind. That's really the most important messages in the anti-secession law's enactment. Now, today I want to talk about the impact or the effects of the anti-secession law. And I want to distinguish two different concepts. First is its legal effects intended by Beijing. What does it do, legally speaking, as a matter of law? And that is a very different idea from what I call the legal warfare effects intended by Beijing. Legal warfare is not really focused on law, but rather what it tries to influence is people's perception of the legitimacy. So it's no longer the legitimacy of China's action per se as a matter of law, but people's perception of such legitimacy. That is the name of the game for China's legal warfares. First of all, I want to focus on legal effects. This is lawyers' talk. So Beijing, by way of anti-secession law, portrays the Taiwan issue as domestic affairs and conflicts across the Taiwan Strait as a civil war that is intended to prevent any interference by foreign forces. But we all know that under international law, there's this principle called non-use of force principle. It's customary international law. It's considered jus cogens, i.e. peremptory norms that have a higher ranking compared to other types of international law. So this very important principle should be the foundation when we start looking at anti-secession law from an international point of view. That is to say that China's anti-secession law cannot override the non-use of force principle, no matter what the anti-secession law says. And that principle has also been expressed in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. But Beijing is going to argue that, no, Taiwan is part of China. Taiwan is not a state, it's not a UN member, and therefore the UN Charter doesn't apply to Taiwan. That is also false. Taiwan is a state, as my excellent colleague Don already explained. And here's an important and. We should have always, I think, put the emphasis on the question of non-use of force per se. This is a different question from the question of Taiwan's statehood. So the non-use of force principle protects not only state, but also de facto entities with international legal personalities distinct from others. This is the mainstream legal scholarship in international law. So one doesn't have to recognize Taiwan as a state in order to apply the non-use of force principle to conflicts across the Taiwan Strait. So the bottom line here is China's action in violation of non-use of force principle will be illegal in international law, despite what the Anti-Secession Law says, and regardless of the separate question of whether Taiwan is recognized as a state. And therefore, once China violates international law and launches a military attack, Taiwan is entitled to self-defense, individual and collective self-defense, by seeking support from allies. Second aspect of this effects of anti-secession law is on lawfare. And lawfare, this concept is different from what we now usually use in Western terminology. So I want to put this in the context of Chinese discourse. It's embedded in Chinese unique concept of three warfares, 三战. And 三战 first appeared in the regulations on the political work of the Chinese People's Liberation Army in early 2000s. And Article 18, wartime political work, includes three warfares. They are public opinion warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare. Although there's no clear definition in those regulations, we can still distill what they mean based on the discussions in China and scholarship. So here I lay it out. But what I want to emphasize here is although they are distinct concepts, but they all are part of China's multifaceted influence strategy. After all, they are considered political work, and political work is to influence people's understanding, attitudes, reaction, mainly their cognition of certain events that are taking place. So if we consider it in the Western discussion, it will squarely fall within the domain of the cognitive warfare that we often discuss nowadays. The other thing I want to emphasize about these three warfares is that they are rarely standalone concept to be employed by the CCP. The relationship among all of them is considered mutually reinforcing. So whenever you see something like anti-secession law as a lawfare launched by the government, it will be accompanied by other types of influence strategies, including a lot of propaganda, official statements, lobbying behind the scenes to use, for example, the anti-secession law to enhance certain narratives and make it into the mainstream of people's consciousness. The lawfare here, I want to focus on lawfare as a lawyer. Law here is, again, very different conceptualized from the Western point of view. Lawfare is used as an instrument. So law is seen not through the lens of its normativity, but as a tool by the government to obtain certain objectives. And law is also used as a narrative. It's a story to tell. So in the case of anti-secession law, by portraying Taiwan as China's internal affairs, China hopes to, when it launches attack, it will be able to win more international sympathy for the cause of quote-unquote reunification with Taiwan. And it would also hope to break Taiwan's will to fight by saying that this is the destiny of Taiwan to be united. The other thing is, law here is not benign. It has this coercive element. So law here is considered as a coercive tool to compel compliance. And that is made super clear in the Anti-Secession Law with the government saying that this is the red line we should draw. And Article 8, we're going to, under that article, take non-peaceful means under 3 vaguely defined conditions. So how do we evaluate the effects so far, now that it's been 19 years since 2005? I guess one of the more intuitive measures will be to look at the voters of Taiwan in terms of what they prefer and what they don't prefer. Since 2005, Taiwan has had 5 elections, and Ma Ying-jeou, Tsai Ing-wen, and now the incoming president Lai Ching-te. You see that, in fact, Taiwan has had more DPP presidents than KMT presidents. Taiwan has elected more candidates that Beijing dislike than Beijing likes. If you look at Taiwan's short history of democracy, of course, you include Chen Shui-bian and Li Denghui, and those two, one said that Taiwan and China's relationship are special state-to-state relations, according to Li Denghui, and Chen Shui-bian said it's one country on each side. These narratives are really loathed by Beijing. So based on this trajectory, it just doesn't seem that Taiwan voters are very much affected in terms of their cognition of the Taiwan status that they desire. Let's look at this poll. I'm sure you're familiar with this poll conducted by National Zhenji University's Election Study Center since 1994 in terms of people's political inclination. Here in this chart, I want you to look at what happened here in 2019. There's a big jump in the green line, and that's because of Hong Kong. After China suppresses Hong Kong's democracy movement, people in Taiwan are highly alert of the failures of the one country, two systems. And so that green line represents the option for maintain status quo, move towards independence, and there's a big jump after 2019. And you can see that as of last year, 2023, the majority of Taiwanese people want to maintain status quo, including maintain status quo forever and maintain status quo and decide at a later date. That accounts for 60% of Taiwan's population. And the extreme positions, such as independence as soon as possible, is down to 3.8%, and the other end, unification as soon as possible, is a miserable 1.2%. So in a sense that the Taiwan consensus, if there's one, is that Taiwanese want to maintain the status quo. But what is status quo? It can have very different interpretations depending on from where you look. And from Taiwan's perspective, it's absolutely a code word, I would say, not to provoke China into action by not changing the constitution or holding referendums. But that doesn't mean Taiwanese don't want independence. Taiwanese desire the independence that we enjoy now. And that's independence, real independence we enjoy de facto independence of China. We don't have to do anything to obtain that independence. It is the status quo. Nowadays, there's an emergent narrative in Taiwan. That's the statement repeated by Tsai Ing-wen and has also stated by the incoming Lai Ching-te president. That is, Taiwan is already a sovereign independent state, and there's no need to declare independence. So that's the strategy that Taiwanese use to say, we don't need to do anything. We are already a sovereign independent state. So in that sense, I would say if we need to give a scorecard on China's anti-secession law, it's not very successful in coercing Taiwan into believing Taiwan is as part of China. But I would say that although on the Taiwanese side, anti-secession law doesn't look very effective, I would say on the international front, it's a different story. And with that, I'll hand the baton to my colleague Maggie, who will talk about the international side of this assessment. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you to Hudson for convening this, especially because it gives me a chance to spend time with Don and Yujie, my good friends. And you have 3 law professors. We also welcome when we get to gather. But it is strange that we're talking about a law that doesn't look like what we usually deal with as law professors. As Don pointed out, the anti-secession law does not require any particular action or refraining from any action, and nor does the government that promulgated it consider themselves actually bound by it. But it does matter. And I'm delighted that we have a chance to talk about why. So Don already discussed the domestic framework as well as bringing in some of the international law aspects, particularly I think this important point about the armed conflict and international law and how that applies and should apply in any sort of situation where including protecting civilian populations. And that point is critical. And Yujie bringing in what's going on across the strait and lawfare. And I think now my part of this is to pull back more to the international level and why this matters even broader geographically. And in thinking about this, I was thinking about the international law scholar Martti Koskiniemi, who not just because I'm part Finnish and wearing Marimekko and he's Finnish, but he makes this really interesting point about the classic optical illusion that some people see a duck and some people see a rabbit in the same drawing, that if you have an event of international significance, the international relations scholars, the politicians will come to it with political language. And the international law scholars will come to it with a lot of Latin and erga omnes and jus cogens. And we're talking about the same thing, but we're bringing different language to it. And my concern is that Beijing is working both the political and the legal angle on the international stage. And they're trying to marginalize Taiwan and shape the law to make it so it helps internationally to undergird the validity of the anti-secession law. Now, this is bigger than just the ASL. Personally, I'm very concerned about international norms with civil and political rights. This was just on display with China's Universal Periodic Review that occurred earlier this year in the UN. And two, here, I think it's critical that we all recognize that international law is not static. It is dynamic. Customary international law shifts over time based on state practice and, this idea too of opinio juris, more Latin, whether states are doing something because they not just think it's in their sort of instrumental interests, but they feel bound by it. Treaties are made, they are amended, and so what China is doing by trying to shape international law, sometimes take power away from certain norms, reframe them, is exactly what states do. Now, we need to just do it better, right? So they're not going to stop doing this. And I think it's critical, too, that in this conversation we bring in the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758. And this is a 1971 resolution that I expect most people here are familiar with, but the text of that resolution, what it did was it expelled the representatives of Chiang Kai-shek from the Chinese seat in the UN, and it gave that seat to the PRC. And when it did so, that resolution stated, recognizing that the representatives of the government of the PRC are the only lawful representatives of China to the UN. But that resolution says nothing about the status of Taiwan. Yet Beijing is manipulating 2758 to argue that that resolution adopted its one China principle. And of course, that principle asserts that Taiwan is a part of a single China, of which the PRC is the sole legitimate government, and that Taiwan has no independent international legal status. So Beijing has for years, and I think ramped it up recently, conscientiously and diligently tried to weave this one China principle into UN documents using 2758 as an inroad. Most glaringly, there was a 2010 memo from the UN Office of Legal Affairs that erroneously stated that since 2758, the UN considers Taiwan as a province of China with no separate status. Wrong. And I really, I don't want to get too inside baseball here, but I really commend a recent report written by Jacques Delisle, another law professor, and Bonnie Glaser for GMF that goes into the details of 2758. And this is not just the UN. When Nauru shifted relations from the Republic of China, Taiwan, to the PRC right after the elections this January, it stated, "We will be moving to the one China principle that is in line with UN Resolution 2758. Beijing was no doubt thrilled, but that statement is, again, totally wrong. And looking back a couple years in the August 2022 white paper on Taiwan that Beijing issued, it said there that, again, UN Resolution 2758 settled once and for all the political, legal, and procedural issues of China's representation in the UN, and it covered the whole country, including Taiwan. Resolution 2758 is a political document encapsulating the one China principle whose legal authority leaves no room for doubt and has been acknowledged worldwide. No, not acknowledged worldwide, and I do commend our vigilant countrymen and women at the American Institute in Taiwan. Immediately after Nauru made their statement, AIT was on it, and they made clear that 2758 did not make a determination on the status of Taiwan. So in this language of ducks and rabbits, of law and politics, Beijing has been worrisomely effective at speaking both. So we need to make sure that there are not more countries like Nauru that adopt that line, because it is legally baseless and it is politically dangerous. And so you just spoke about the cognitive warfare, this manipulating the target psychology. How I see this not just across the strait and trying to influence the cognition of people of Taiwan, but also globally, that there's essentially global gaslighting is what Beijing's doing. It's manipulating that causes governments and international organizations to question the validity of their own and correct understanding that 2758 was not embodying the one China principle and does not make a determination on the status of Taiwan. So perhaps some countries, individuals, institutions that are adopting that view espoused by Beijing could be doing it not because they really have internalized and genuinely believe what Beijing is saying. It could be for instrumental reasons, being pocketbook reasons. And that, but for either way, it is worrisome that this sort of cognitive, psychological effects are not just directed at the people of Taiwan, it's also directed on an international level. And the more that countries adopt Beijing's stance that 2758 embodies the one China principle, the more credence that lends to the Anti-Secession Law by spreading the view that Taiwan is a part of China. So yes, if we have splittist forces on Taiwan, we are intervening because that's what countries do. So this intersection, this interplay between international and domestic law, I think needs more attention. And I look forward to our discussion, but I just want in closing to say, a few words about, well, what can be done, right? So we, and I don't like saying Western values because I think those values are seen in Taiwan and Japan and places all over the globe. So I prefer either universal or liberal values. We must assiduously push back on Beijing's efforts to shape international law and discourage, and also to shape this discourse that is supporting the one China principle. And that in turn will continue to bolster the ASL as actually having a valid legal basis, which it does not. And more generally, I think it's really critical that the U.S. not cede the field at the UN. This is in the UN Human Rights Council and also in sort of the more mundane bureaucratic inner workings of the UN that are not particularly exciting, but where documents are generated where China is seeping language in that is supportive of its view. And Beijing overall is working to undermine universal values recognized since the founding of the UN. And the good news is things can be done, but it requires diligence, it requires money, it requires people, and it requires vigilance. And so with that, I think we're at a good time, hopefully, to transfer over to our more general discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't see a duck, I don't see a rabbit. I see three very distinguished scholars and giving us a very, very penetrating analysis of the law from this very, not only the technical aspect of it, but also from the policy and overall situation, and brought it to the basically the Chinese methods of conducting all kinds of warfares, including lawfare. So I'm going to basically use my very limited knowledge of legal affairs to ask the experts about a few questions. First of all, let's just say in order of appearance, let me ask Don. Now, China is not the country of law, but China has a lot of laws because there's no procedural hearings, there's no particular consent of the public, so laws are very easily passed. So in this kind of a labyrinth of Chinese laws in the last several decades, how high a profile does the anti-secession law have in China's domestic legal system? In other words, has it ever been used in court proceedings, for example? Does it have any function other than to trigger military actions? Don?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it actually has a pretty low profile in the domestic legal system. You know, as I mentioned in my talk, it doesn't actually say you must do this or you must not do that. And so for Wang Yi to talk about you mustn't violate the law, there's really nothing there kind of to violate in its terms. I did do some research and found that there are some cases, and they're kind of interesting in one, it's actually only really been relied on as a substantive sort of source of duties in one case, and that was where there was a advertising design firm that somehow, I don't know how one can do this in China, but somehow they came up with a map of China in which mainland China was in red, but Hainan Island was not, Taiwan was not, and some of the disputed, the Senkaku Islands or the Diaoyu, they were not in red either, and so they were fined by the local administration of industry and commerce, and basically on the grounds that they had violated the Anti-Secession Law with this bad coloring, and the firm argued back that this was counter to the rule of law because the Anti-Secession Law doesn't actually say anything. But their appeal was dismissed. The other case, kind of interesting because of its complete ridiculousness, is where there was a South Korean cosmetics company that was suing a Chinese firm for blatant trademark infringement. I mean, they were just marking their own products with the South Korean cosmetics company's trademark. And the defense of the Chinese company, this was their first and most important defense, the one they were really gonna pound the table on, was that the South Korean company on its website had listed Taiwan and Hong Kong as countries alongside with the PRC, which of course has nothing to do with the issue at all. And I'm happy to say that the court declined this invitation to take up the cudgel on behalf of the hurt feelings of the Chinese people. They completely ignored that argument and they ruled in favor of the South Korean company. So there have been a few cases. Most of the times, in fact, in all but this one administrative fining case, the parties made an argument saying, one party made an argument saying we should win because the anti-secession law says, X, Y, Z, and the court ignored it.
Now my feelings are hurt by this Chinese, by Chinese interpretation of the law. Now, for those of you who have any experience living in China, one of the major political incidents during the Cultural Revolution was the Chinese issuing a stamp during the height of Cultural Revolution. The stamp is a mistake, is considered a major political crime because the stamp is called the 祖国山河一片红. All across motherland is covered with color red, except that they forget about the painted Taiwan red. So that is a major political earthquake, right, these days.
That stamp must be worth millions.
Yes, if you're a stamp collector, that's more than a million, multiple millions right now. If you can find one, just to go back to your attic and to your grandma's chest to find out that one. And then you don't have to be here, and then you'd be somewhere traveling in the Caribbean. A follow-up question, Don. It is what specifically does the Chinese law, this particular law, it's not in compliance with the international law. You mentioned that specifically, but is there any particular essential summary of that? What's the fundamental difference between this law and the international legal regime? I think Yu Jie also mentioned that a little bit.
So where is there a conflict between it,
That's
for
right.
example?
That's right, yeah.
Well, one could, you could easily point to a conflict between the law and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, because China is a signatory to that. They haven't ratified it, but being a signatory means, you're not allowed to violate the fundamental principles. And clearly the ASL says that, even advocacy, even saying, merely speaking the words that Taiwan is independent or that Taiwan is not, since ancient times, a part of China, that would, in Wang Yi's view, constitute a violation of the Anti-Secession Law, whereas that speech is protected, under the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Yeah. So there's a clear conflict right there.
Yeah, I think if you take Wang Yi's remarks any day, the conference can go on for 10, 15 hours, and then without any resolution, because he made a lot of statements that are self-contradictory. Let me, thank you very much for the comments, Don. Looking forward now, let me ask a question to Professor Chen. Let's discuss what is the future of Chinese anti-secession law. We have talked about some of the sort of brevity and the vagueness, opacity of the law. I mean, of course, discussions like this probably make me feel, geez, we did a terrible job, right? We got to counter lawfare with our new efforts to launch an even larger lawfare. What do you think, China might do next in order to sort of be more substantive about this particular law?
Yeah, okay. So I think the general perception in Taiwan of this law is that there's a lot of thunder but no rain. 雷声大雨点小. So I think China knows this and knows that for it to advance the agenda to annex Taiwan, on the legal front, it probably has to do more. In recent years, I would say early to 2020s, there has been proposal that surfaced in public discussion in China about passing a new law. For example, passing a law on motherland unification. That was proposed, but that didn't really go anywhere. And I'm guessing that the officials or representatives of the NPC release this kind of information to sort of test the water and see the public reaction. But they probably are reluctant to do anything that's dramatic, such as passing a new law at this point because of the geopolitical concerns. So I think opposition from the United States and other democracies is very important if there's such a push in China to do more on the lawfare front, because I think it should be interpreted as a disruption of the status quo. I think China has some incentives to keep the law as it is now, because the law is not very law-like. It gives China a lot of flexibility to interpret Article 8 It gives some deterrence effect, but not hindering China's actions. So I'm hoping that China is not going to either pass a new law or pass implementing regulations under the law as the next step, especially when we're approaching the 20th anniversary of this law next year. I would say that even though China is not doing more on the ASL, but China has been doing a lot on other fronts. So I think it was last year, China passed sanctions, 2022, passed sanctions on a number of DPP officials. And the sanction list has all the important people within the DPP government, and some of them will continue to serve in Lai Ching-te's administration, including our incoming Vice President, Xiaobi King. And this is also another form of lawfare to use sanction to compel compliance from these individuals. This is very bad for cross-strait relations to begin with, especially at the beginning of the Lai administration. So I hope China will stop on that front as well.
Yeah, you basically answered the question I had next to you. What is the security implication of this law? Now, let me just, I mentioned earlier, I'm a fan of Elvis Tennessee. Elvis has a very famous song, said, only a fool would rush in. It seems to me that this law of 2005 is really China's forced action to rush in, because this law is an anti-secession law, which implies that will cover the entire motherland. But this law specifically is about Taiwan, right? It's nothing else, nobody else, nowhere else. So you notice Xi Jinping visited Serbia during his special European trip. The reason why Serbia is very important psychologically, politically to China is because Serbia's affinity with China is about one thing, that is Kosovo separated from Serbia. And of course, there were other former Yugoslav republics all separated. So from China's point of view, this created strong implications to regions like Tibet or Xinjiang, not just Taiwan. So that's why at some point, if they're not full, if I were them, I probably would not be rushing in to craft a law that has a broader implication, but don't focus on one contingency as Taiwan, right? So let's move on to next question I have. This is for Maggie. Okay, you mentioned about Resolution 2758. Now, 2758 is based upon the assumption that Taiwan is ruled by one party. That's KMT. I think the phrase I use, Chiang Kai-shek bandit regime. Is that in?
Well, they didn't say bandit, but yes, it's the seat held by Chiang Kai-shek.
But Chiang Kai-shek, okay. But Taiwan is not ruled by one party anymore. Therefore, the foundation, the conceptual foundation for that Resolution 2758, in my view, is gone. On the other hand, in addition, that in its competition for who should be the legitimate representative of China, Taiwan already considered, we're not going to compete for you to represent China. We're just Taiwan, right? So from the legal perspective, in addition to what you brilliantly analyzed, what do you think of that sort of the passage of time has basically invalidated the foundation of that kind of a resolution of 2758?
Yeah, so I'd say first that I was in Taiwan for the election this January. Last time I saw Vincent, he was wearing this really cool Team Taiwan jacket, which, they're great. Great branding. And I've been there also in 2020. I've been going to Taiwan for about 20 years, regularly, lived there 3 of the last 6 years. And it's a multicultural, pluralistic society. And so one of the things that I love going for elections is that you feel democracy in a really visceral way. And this time, our group of academics intentionally went to see vote counting at a temple, which is one of the, in addition to schools, which are used for polling places. And, I gotta say, we were all teary-eyed watching the grandfather who I mean, if he had been in Taiwan, we assume, throughout his life, had spent decades under martial law, there with his grandchild who only knew democracy, watching vote counting occur. And it was and we had that point where we're pretty clear that Lai Ching-te was going to win, but it was not a given, and certainly a very strong showing by the third-party candidate, which is a whole nother conversation. But I think that it just shows how much Taiwan has changed. And also that, in the post-World War II order, this idea of self-determination, post-colonialism, that we take much more seriously as a global society now, self-determination that's in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and just like more generally, that people have choices and that they should be able to make for themselves. So when you look back at history, one thing that Yujie and I were talking about in the car over this morning is the use of unification, or as it's written in English, reunification in the law, even though the Chinese is tongyi, which is unify. It doesn't have clearly the RE part of it, like 再次统一 or something. But this idea that if you are going to talk about reunification of Taiwan and China, you have to go back even deeper into history to Qing Dynasty, and this time that even then Taiwan was not robustly managed by that. So I think this just idea not just of how history has changed since 2758, but even before that, post-World War II, going back to the Treaty of Shimonoseki, that it's really important that we draw not just the legal people into the conversation, but the historians to try to make sure Beijing is not also manipulating history to fit its view. And here, I do think that this is the language of 2758, again, does not say Taiwan, and emphasizing that point and how it does not reflect where Taiwan today is an important point that needs to be amplified and is not necessarily heard enough on the global stage.
Yeah, history can function in either ways, right? We have to all 与时俱进, to follow the situation as it develops. Secondly, in the terms of international law, I mean, the International Court of Arbitration clearly ruled that the historical affiliations alone does not constitute sovereignty claim, right? Does not really legitimize sovereignty. This is the famous 2016 ruling by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague. So moving on to that, anyway, anybody welcome to jump in, right? Yeah,
Could
please.
I jump in? It's very interesting that the resolution 2758 says intentionally that they're going to expel the representatives of Chiang Kai-shek. They didn't use ROC, they didn't use Taiwan. And the reason was because Chiang Kai-shek at the time was competing with the PRC for the seat of China. So it was entirely the question about who should represent China at the United Nations. There's no discussion over the long voting process and even in the preceding years about the sovereignty of Taiwan, which country that should go to or Taiwan should exercise self-determination. That was not included in the voting result. And that is why the resolution used the word Chiang Kai-shek's representatives rather than Taiwan, because it was never a question about Taiwan.
Yeah, can I just add something?
Please.
So also at the time, Zhou Enlai apparently expressed his disappointment that it did not deal with the Taiwan issue. So he clearly understood that resolution did not say anything about Taiwan.
Yeah, well, if you read the Shanghai Communique,
They wanted it to, but
if you read the Shanghai Communique, the words are very, very interesting. Some of them even so embarrassing that the Chinese Foreign Ministry website doesn't even print the whole thing. If you go back to the Shanghai Communique, they use the word the liberation of Taiwan, for example, is our solemn duty. Taiwan is a sacred piece of our motherland. Again, I don't know. I grew up in the province of Sichuan. I don't know how far back you can trace back, right, to say Sichuan is part of China. I mean, nobody knows exactly when the concept of China started, and they're all identified by dynasties, right? So that's basically is my next question. Maggie, you mentioned about somebody Yujie mentioned about Hong Kong. The development of Hong Kong has a very profound impact on the political discourse in Taiwan. It affected politics of 2019 tremendously. So Hong Kong was supposed to be the exemplary model of the China's ultimate unification formula, or their pitch, that is one country, two systems. It was supposed to be, an experiment over there to show how wonderful this formula might be applied to Taiwan. So Mike, can you explain a little bit more about clarify the current legal situation in Hong Kong and how it differs from Taiwan in the context of PRC's lawfare tactics? How does this impact public opinion in Taiwan?
Should I take it? Or, yeah.
Whoever, yeah.
I can start, but I'd say first, I think that the really interesting longitudinal studies about sort of what people and the Taiwanese want for their future. It's a little busy to read on that, but I think the trend lines are so interesting, and they also ask questions on a regular basis about identity. Do you consider yourself Chinese? Do you consider yourself Taiwanese? Do you consider yourself both? And we've seen this, very dramatic increase. People who say, I am Taiwanese. That is how I self-identify. Still some that say I'm both, but I am only Chinese. I'm not Taiwanese, but I am in Taiwan. This is my home. Very, very low. And then those studies have been going on for a long time, and it's great polling because we have numbers for so long. But some more recent polling then tries to bring more texture into that. And so I think that I really commend the work of Lev Nachman, Shelley Rigger, and they've worked with some Hong Kong scholars to try to dig a little bit more. And what that polling finds is that there are, the majority of people in Taiwan have great affinity with Chinese culture, right? They either had family that came over after the World War II during the Civil War with the KMT, or much earlier, but have ties to Fujian province or other parts of China. Of course, there's also the indigenous populations in Taiwan and people that have immigrated from other places that don't necessarily have that personal connection with Chinese culture. But what is overwhelming is the rejection of the political system of the PRC, and that separation of saying you can go and celebrate Dragon Boat Festival and Chunjie and everything, but you can also say, I do not want how, this, because the democracy now in China, the whole process people's democracy. No, that's not real democracy to say you do need to have votes. So that I would say too is really interesting to look at identity and how people see China. But with Hong Kong, Hong Kong is a very different place because Hong Kong was returned to, in 1997, to China under the Basic Law. That Basic Law was supposed to give 50 years, and I will say at the time, I think most of us expected 50 years moving towards more democratic representation, not where we are today. But Hong Kong is a part of the PRC. So I always get worried sometimes when it gets conflated in conversations, Hong Kong and Taiwan, because they are very different as political entities and where their relationship is with Beijing. What I do think is so critical is this point about how what has happened in Taiwan over the last 5 or more years has influenced thinking on Taiwan. Certainly in the 2020 presidential election, and you saw the waving of the Hong Kong protest flags, a lot of affinity, and you saw less of that this time because it's not as immediate. But we just saw, of course, another wave of legislation in Hong Kong further restricting rights. And I'll just end by saying I recently had a conversation with a few think tankers from the mainland who deal with cross-strait affairs. And I made this point about what's happening in Hong Kong and the further ratcheting up with this, tightening the screws. People are seeing that in Taiwan. And their response is, well, yes, we've got this new Article 23 legislation, but we have to see how it's implemented. Don't get too, nervous yet. I said, but the way you see how it's implemented is people putting their personal liberty on the line and see whether they end up in prison or not. That's how you test that line. And that's not going to provide much comfort. Like, just give it a go and we'll see how it's implemented. And they had no response to that.
Yeah, okay. Yuji, actually, you mentioned a lot about Hong Kong, so please.
Right. So for Taiwanese to watch what happened in 2019 in Hong Kong was really horrifying. And there was understandably a lot of sympathy from Taiwan for Hong Kong's cause. But I think from the Chinese perspective, it's a very different story. Now that they've already passed the national security law, they've managed to have the Hong Kong government and the LegCo pass the Article 23 legislation. I think China considered this as a victory in their governance of Hong Kong. And therefore, they take it as a lesson for Taiwan in the future. So I think in China's narrative, when talking about anti-secession law in recent years, there's a background of Hong Kong in mind.
And they say that Hong Kong's handover wasn't done successfully, therefore leading to this quote-unquote unrests that in the following years, striving for Hong Kong's democracy. And therefore, if and when Taiwan is returned to China, there should be more measures to control Taiwan in the first place. That's the lesson that the Chinese government gets when looking at Hong Kong and Taiwan. The other thing I would like to say about Hong Kong is the national security law has long-arm jurisdiction, and so it's created chilling effects not only in Hong Kong but also abroad, and that's intended by Beijing. In Taiwan, we occasionally will have this conversation. Should I go to Hong Kong? Can I post this on Facebook? If I go to Hong Kong, will this be a problem? We do have this kind of discussion sometimes, not just with scholars, but with students looking at their future. So I worry about this spillover effect of the silence in Taiwan. And I think this is definitely desired by Beijing with long-arm jurisdiction. And we just have to be more resilient and know how to start that conversation without over-restraining ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just add something, yeah, technically China's criminal law, does not extend to Hong Kong. That's why they needed the national security law. But it does extend to Taiwan. So technically, Taiwan has no special status like Hong Kong does or like Macau does. And so the geographical territorial reach of China's, criminal law, which criminalizes, things like split activities, reaches to Taiwan. So, people in Taiwan are already, violating China's criminal law. So that's a very good reason not to go to the mainland. So you've got the national security law in Hong Kong that covers your seditious speech, but criminal law itself in China covers seditious activity by Taiwanese people in Taiwan.
So let me just, I think, at the core of China's one country, two systems formula is the idea that is you can continue your lifestyle, you can continue to do whatever you do, but except two things, right? Defense and diplomacy. Right? Defense basically means I can use the force of the state to suppress something over there from developing, right? And I'll tell you what I think that something is in a moment. And secondly, diplomacy basically to control and to prevent international recognition of that something that's developing. Now, I think that something that's developing is the sense of nationhood, sense of a different lifestyle due to long separation of development path. This country was born out of the benign neglect by the British Crown. And after decades of British fighting wars with other countries, the 13 colonies developed their unique understanding of their status within the British Empire. Their sense of independence, their sense of self-government, right? So it is that different lifestyle, that different awareness of sovereignty, popular sovereignty, that really separate the United States from the British Empire. That's basically what prompted the independence. And declaration of that is very important, right? So in other words, in the same sense, let me try to ask a question by way of a statement. That is, Hong Kong and Taiwan is unique in a sense that they're both self-governed separately, more or less, for a long, long period of time. And people living in those two entities have developed something that's called the nationhood, sense of their self-determination, sense of independence, right? So the question then is, would the international recognition is due? Secondly, do the people have the right to declare themselves as an independent and sovereign nation, regardless of history, what the Chinese government might claim? So in my view, I think what really triggered, well, in other words, is a different lifestyle based upon freedom, democracy itself would justify the declaration of sovereignty and international recognition of their independent country, declare or not. I think it really comes to independence when China says Taidu, Taiwanese independence. They're really, it's very ambiguous, three things, right? Is if there is a de facto independence, number one. Number two, is there international recognition of that? And number three, most importantly, would the Taiwanese leader declare such a reality, right? So your thoughts on that?
Who wants to start?
Well, I could say something. I think there's a, in terms of, international discourse, of course, there's a huge difference between Hong Kong, and Taiwan, which is that, Hong Kong was, in fact, part under the control of the Qing dynasty until it was removed from the control of the Qing dynasty by the British. And, colonialism is not very popular anymore. So, Hong Kong was on the list, the UN list of, colonies that are supposed to get independence, until China joined the UN and then said, take it off the list. China said, take it off the list of colonies to get independence. We'll take care of it. And so, Hong Kong kind of lost that status as a colony full of people, waiting for independence from the colonizing power. All that happened, internationally speaking, is that they went from, British control to Chinese control. And that's clearly, for whatever, of course, the reality is, of course, that people in Hong Kong had, developed their own culture, and they didn't want to be politically, controlled by China. But it's, of course, very different from what happened with Taiwan, which is that, of course, it was never under PRC control. And so, in terms of sort of international discourse power, Taiwan, has a much stronger case. I mean, nobody proposed sending arms to, rebel groups in Hong Kong, to support their independence. And in fact, I think most people in Hong Kong were just looking for genuine autonomy. I mean, they weren't looking for formal independence from China, I think.
Autonomy is...
But genuine autonomy.
Genuine autonomy.
The ability to do what they'd been doing, even after 1997 until, the late 20-teens, right?
That's true.
Just to do their own thing.
Yeah. Well, you're originally from Canada.
Yeah.
Welcome to the United States, by the way.
Yeah.
The same similar happened, right? Canada used to be part of the British Empire, so
Right.
was the United States, and they're supposed to be independent, and they did. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to do a historical analogy. Hong Kong obviously is separated by the language, but also most importantly, separated by a different lifestyle. I mean, interestingly, my observation, correct me if I'm wrong, if you look at the international discourse on the issue of Taiwan, before maybe 10, 15 years ago, it was exclusively about sovereignty. Is Taiwan part of China or not? That's the international discourse, the UN or the international forums. Right now, it's different. It's basically is really not about that at all. It's about something much more important. That is the Chinese model of governance versus freedom and democracy. So everybody in Europe, as far as I say, right, they approach this secession, sovereignty issue from a very different angle. So I think that's called the趋势, right? Trend, mega trend. Yeah.
But I think so first, the part of it is just being very practical, right? So I think if you asked, if I go to Taiwan and talk to my Taiwanese friends, and if I said, well, if you had a choice and you lived in a world where unicorns with rainbow manes frolicked, right? And there was not, would you prefer to have a passport that just said Taiwan and didn't say ROC? And they'd say, yes, but, and this is why the majority are saying status quo indefinitely or decide later, they also don't want to have, armed conflict with Beijing. And, the people, we hear about rightly that would cause, a massive disruption to the global economy, et cetera, but the people who would suffer the most are the people of Taiwan, right? So, part of this is sort of, it's the best they can get given the realities, and they know those realities, they live them every day. And so I think that's really critical. And this point, too, about the one country, two systems, which has been totally debunked, not just because of Hong Kong, but this idea that only it would change diplomatic and military affairs. Just look at how Beijing treats people within mainland China. So, for example, I think about LGBT communities and Taiwan, which had this amazing advocacy by civil society for same-sex marriage, the Constitutional Court, a real functioning Constitutional Court, intervened and said you have to allow same-sex marriage. The legislature had 2 years to figure it out. It did at the last moment, because of the Premier Tsao intervening. And then after that, you continue to have advocacy for same-sex family building and all these related issues. Largest gay pride parade in Asia. You think that would continue even though it has nothing to do with military or with diplomatic relations? Of course not. So no, I think that my sense is that people in Taiwan have internalized that there's just an absolute farce that anything of a real autonomy could continue if there was some sort of political unity with the mainland.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to provoke
I know. I'm
any
just
conflict.
clarifying.
The question is that everything we discuss here, we preface the Taiwan, the Anti-Secession Law as a ruse for military action. Military action. So to counter the overall use of force, which is a foundational creed of U.S. policy toward China, toward Taiwan, we must counter all the auxiliary efforts by the PRC for that military action. So we're trying to make Chinese government realize the military option is not an inevitability. So, so this is basically what our effort here is to basically to dismantle the legal facade for that military action, not to provoke.
Could I add that I think the Anti-Secession Law is designed to prevent Taiwan from exercising self-determination. But I think from the Taiwanese perspective, Taiwan has already exercised self-determination during the democratization process. So I don't think China has a grasp of that, of the local views. And so as I just mentioned, that there's narrative that Taiwan is already independent. So Taiwan doesn't need to declare independence. It's the same strategy of, with the mindset of Taiwanese people. We don't have to do this over and over again. We've done it. We are here. In terms of recognition, I think it's really important, but recognition by other states, I think it's not as much as a matter of law as a matter of politics. Recognition is an act of political considerations. So you see a lot of strange cases in the UN where Taiwan, which meets all the statehood criteria, is not recognized, where Palestine, which may not satisfy all the statehood requirements, is already recognized as a would-be state. So this, I would say, for international legal scholars, is not an obstacle to Taiwan's independence, but it's an important element to Taiwan's defense, because without being able to speak at the UN or lobby the UN on its own to be able to, on an equal footing, engage with other nations, it makes Taiwan's position very vulnerable. So I just want to make it clear that legally speaking, Taiwan is a state, but Taiwan needs recognition not for the legal purpose, but for political purposes.
Well said. I think if you read political statements by all Taiwanese leaders, they've been very prudent and responsible. They never want to provoke China to take military action. President-elect Tsai Ing-wen, I believe his very first speech after he's declared winner, says, in my tenure, I'm not going to hold a referendum on Taiwanese independence issue. I'm not going to declare Taiwanese independence. Of course, followed by say Taiwan is already independent country, exactly what you said. So that's exercise of precaution and prudence and responsibility, right? So it's really incumbent upon China to act accordingly. Don't just try to create any rules to justify its military actions. So I think our time. Do you have any follow-up? If not, we're going to go to the next.
I think we're keeping people from lunch.
Okay, yeah. Speaking of lunch, we have a half an hour break. We're going to reconvene here at exactly 12 o'clock. So when we have former Prime Minister of Australia here in person. to discuss Australian perspective on that. Lunch is outside, so courtesy of Hudson, enjoy. But also the one caution, there was only one person specifically order a vegetarian meal. So if you see that, if it's not you, don't take it. Thank you. I'll see you in about 35 minutes. So I'm going to basically, all right, ladies and gentlemen, please, back to your seat. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and thank you for staying on. And we have a lot more exciting program ahead for this afternoon. So it is our distinguished honor to welcome a good friend not only to America, also a good friend particularly to Hudson Institute, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia, the Honorable Scott Morrison.
Hey, Miles.
Yeah. So Scott is not only a good friend to Hudson, he's also on the advisory board of the China Center here that I'm directing. So he's been giving us tremendous advice and also appear on this program several times. And the illustrious career of Prime Minister Morrison is in the brochure we handed in. And for those of you who are watching live stream, you can also check out that full biography of Prime Minister Morrison online, and our program will stay there for a long time. So let's just go right to it.
Sure, Miles. Yeah, it's good to be back in DC and back at Hudson.
Welcome, double welcome here. Prime Minister, you are in a different realm than beyond this Anti-Secession Law. Let me ask you a general question about what's your take on the current international big picture that is Vladimir Putin and China, it's Xi Jinping. They are forming some kind of cozy relationship, and he's going to China in a few days. And what's your take about the overall China, Russia, Iran, North Korea access from your perspective?
Yeah, well, thanks, Miles. I mean, I've been concerned about this for a considerable period of time. When I was Prime Minister, I referred to it as the arc of autocracy. And while many of these nations are not necessarily historically friendly to one another, there's no doubt that their interests have aligned quite significantly, and their objectives are even more aligned. And what is that objective? That objective is to undermine what is the rules-based order, to see a disruption of that and replaced by a grouping of hegemonic powers who can effectively run their own rules where they want to apply them, both within their own jurisdictions and across their regions. And so moving from a sort of a universal human rights rule of law based approach to the international order to one based solely on state power and hegemonic power. Now that is very concerning. And so that is something Vladimir Putin's interested in. It's what the Ayatollah is interested in. It's certainly what Xi Jinping is interested in. And we're seeing this play out, most particularly in the hot conflict in Ukraine. I mean, Russia would not be able to have sustained their aggression in Ukraine without Chinese banks, without North Korean missiles, and without Iranian drones. And the supply and support that has come collectively from that arc of autocracy. It suits all of their interests for Russia to be doing what they're doing, even if they have no particular interest in Russia's regional objective. It certainly achieves their broader one. And that extends also to the undermining of the US dollar as the reserve currency, the consistency of payment systems around the world. Now, there's not having competitive payment systems which offer good value to customers and so on. That's free market economics. That's fine. But when I don't think their objective is greater market economy efficiencies, and I think we have to be very mindful of this. And I always have been, and it was a key driver for things like AUKUS, the Quad leaders, and what we're able to do back when you were working in the Trump administration with Secretary Pompeo, calling this out and trying to align like-mindeds to work effectively to provide a deterrent against this, because it risks pretty much everything.
Yeah, well, that was an excellent overview. You speaking of Australian relationship with the United States, Australia has been a staunch ally of the United States, not only on the overall geographic geopolitical scene, but also on specific measures. The area that I'm aware of with the surging China threat to freedom and democracy in the world, to the United States, and I think Australia was among the first major ally that actually raised the awareness of the China threat, and you adopted the Anti-Secession Law much faster than us, and you did take a swift action in matters on Huawei and 5G, and on major issues of geopolitical importance. When I was in the administration, I think Australia is the best friend and allies. With a little persuasion, we have some work to do with other friends and allies. So from your point of view, how do you think, looking forward, you mentioned AUKUS, how should the US and Australia alliance take on this major issue? Because ultimately, there's increasingly new groupings of friends and allies, from bilateral to multilateral. Is there any chance for us to resume the ancient ANZUS treaty?
Well, I'm pleased to say the ANZUS treaty is alive and well and highly functional and operational. And of course, we saw that brought into effect when the terrorist attacks occurred here against the United States on September 11. So ANZUS is alive and well, and AUKUS is now alive and well. You rightly point out the position that the Australian government took, both when I was Prime Minister and a minister in the governments of my predecessors. And we certainly copped some flack for that. There was a price to pay. And China imposed illegal trade sanctions upon us, and we had to resist that and weather that. And I was very conscious of that when I was Prime Minister. That was part of the price we were paying. But it was essential that we did, because if not us, then who? And we saw previously when China, the PRC, moved into the South China Sea and turned island atolls into airports, which later became stationary aircraft carriers. And unless countries like Australia, together with allies and partners like the United States and Japan, actually say no, then the PRC, or Russia for that matter, or Iran, they'll go as far as they can. And so unless you resist, they will keep going. And I found when I was there, particularly in the private sector sometimes, there was a lot of resistance to this, going, well, China's our biggest trade partner. True, China was. But at the same time, what price freedom? And I'm very happy to trade with whoever we can when it's appropriate to do so. I mean, we had very little trade with Russia, for example, but we had significant trade with China. But our view was always happy to trade with China, but we're not trading our values. We're not trading our sovereignty, and we don't think other countries in the region should either. So, we stood up to that. We paid somewhat of a price, but that said, after the last election, China basically admitted that they'd overplayed their hand, and they pulled back, and I'm pleased they have a dialogue with the new government, but it doesn't seem to be changing a lot of their behaviour. They're still sonar blasting our divers off the HMAS Toowoomba and sending flares across our military helicopters in what are quite reckless and dangerous acts. So for all the talk, I keep saying their tactics may have changed at a rhetorical level, but their strategy remains exactly the same. So your question is, what do we do about that? Well, what we have been doing about it, and I think what we've seen is a layering of these alignments. And in some cases, they take quite a formal presentation, such as in AUKUS, but the Quad is designed as a more of an informal arrangement. It's not as we, I think, discussed many years ago, it's not an Indo-Pacific NATO and won't become one. It is a partnership which is informal to the extent that it enables us a lot of flexibility how we work with each other and draw others into the discussion, or a sort of Quad plus in the region. And it works beyond just the defence space. It's in technology. It's in critical minerals, it's in supply chains, it's in humanitarian support, it's in health programs, it's in economic development. And I think this provides a really important message into the Indo-Pacific when we're layering all this up. Where I think it needs to be added to is outside the government sphere, and seeing greater engagement of the private sector in these relationships with countries in the Indo-Pacific. We want Indonesia, we want Malaysia, we want Vietnam, we want the Philippines to have choices other than PRC, BRI deals, which come with ties and all sorts of obligations, which never ends well, as we've seen in the case with Sri Lanka. And so the best antidote to that isn't just governments turning up with their aid programs and the development support programs, but we need to encourage and mobilise private capital to be more engaged in those parts of the world. So it's diplomatic, it's economic, it's military as well, it's scientific, it's people to people, and we just have to keep pressing in every area of opportunity, and the more the merrier.
That's a fantastic statement. People always say Australia and the United States have a lot of mutual alliance communications, and I think the Australians' best exports maybe Nicole Kidman or
Keith Urban.
That's right.
The pair of them, they're terrific.
Or the some other things, or Crocodile Dundee. But I think really the best export from Australia to this country is completely like-mindedness on major issues. We have friends and allies who are friends and allies on major issues, but they always try to position the global conflict as a matter of China versus the United States. So they can sit aside and to be a little bit more opportunistic, maybe sign a separate trade deal with China, maybe go the third way. So we don't see...
That's a good point, Miles.
Yeah,
because
thank you.
It's a point that I always thought the PRC never I think gave due respect to in their relationship with Australia. They would see their relationship with us through the prism of our relationship with the United States alone. And I'll give you a good example of where that can become confusing. We're often asked, and even today I was asked, in relation to Taiwan, what would Australia do? Now, I'll always be careful how I respond to that, but simply to say that if the view was that Australia would only respond in the context of our alliance relationship with the United States, well, ANZUS isn't triggered by something like that. It has to be an attack on US soil. But what is relevant, though, is that the taking of Taiwan by the PRC would disadvantage and really harm Australia's national interests and the region's interests as much as the United States. I mean, we would have our own reasons, completely independent of the United States and that alliance, for this to be of great concern. And so we have our own reasons for being in the Indo-Pacific. We have our own reasons for having our view.
Yeah.
And you're right to call it like-minded. It's not US determined. We have our own view. It just happens to agree.
Yeah, there's a share values,
Of course.
but also there's share interest.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that clarification. Now, earlier, Prime Minister and I first made the greeting. He said, "Miles, you have lost weight." I said, "Thank you for recognizing that." But I said, "You are responsible for that too." I said, "How's that?"
Yeah.
Well, you're responsible for me gaining weight in the first place, because you draw China's ire by suggesting politely for China to allow international investigation of COVID origin.
True.
So they basically sanction you.
Yeah.
The first item they sanction you is Australian wine.
Yeah.
So I'm not a drinker, but I start drinking Australian wine. So look at this.
Yeah. The freedom wine.
The freedom wine. So and then China that contributed to my gaining weight a little bit. And then later on, China banned the import of pineapple from Taiwan. So I started eating pineapple, which is full of sugar. So my doctor finally said, "Miles, you have too much alcohol, too much sugar in your blood. Reduce the weight." So having said that, could you actually provide some insight from first eyewitness point of view? How did the episode develop? How did the episode that China reacted to your suggestion about COVID origin investigation?
Yeah, with great paranoia and a lack of accountability for what China had basically unleashed on the world. I still remain extremely angry at the lack of transparency and disclosure by the PRC around the origins of COVID. And before you even get into, did it come out of a lab, did it come out of a wildlife wet market, or did it come out of a cave or where there were bats, or who knows? But the point is this, It's called COVID-19 for a reason. It didn't happen in 2020. It started in 2019, and it was not shared with the scientific and medical health community in the world. And that failure led, I think, to the unnecessary deaths of millions of people and the destruction of economies and people's livelihoods and businesses all around the world. And there has never been the acknowledgement of that culpability. And that's not a political statement. This is incredibly important to ensure these things don't happen again, that there is an expectation that in an event of a pathogen outbreak such as that there would be an absolute duty of disclosure to ensure that this did not spread in the way it did. Now, I think there's been some good journalism that has led to, and Charlie Markson was a journalist in Australia who did a lot of this work, that really uncovered the likelihood of this having originated from a lab. At the time, our intelligence was not telling us that, but at least what we were seeing in Australia. But that said, my concern was, well, if it started in a wildlife wet market, there are quite a few of those in Southeast Asia, and we could be looking at something similar occurring as we'd seen with SARS and MERS some time before. So I just thought there was a complete disregard for global health and security. And our international system, I think, was very lacking in enforcing this. And so I just basically spoke my mind on this. And it was a view that others had expressed, and the PRC took great exception. But that's what happens when you stand up to bullies.
Excellent, excellent. Speaking of Charlie Markson, who's an Australian journalist, which actually brought up a very poignant issue. I still have this resentment inside me. That is the discussion about the COVID origin in this country, the United States, is so toxic, so politicized.
Yeah.
That good journalism could not be done here sufficiently. So we would have to take an Australian journalist to do all the work.
Yeah, she
and,
did a great
I
job.
really encourage you to watch her, follow her investigation, which is remarkable.
Yeah.
So, and I think you're absolutely right about the culpability, and you mentioned about the argument. I think from the beginning the focus of the argument was sort of a little bit off center, because the issue is not only whether this thing is originated in the lab or in the market. Yeah. By the way, there's also a prevalent practice by the Chinese biolabs, including Wuhan Institute of Biology, to sell the lab animals and lab products to the civilian world, to the fresh market, right? Almost on the same day, the world began to know there is a widespread outbreak in China. There's a court in the Liaoning province in China that sentenced, I believe, 12 years to a biogeneticist of China for embezzlement of money. Much portion of the money came from his sale of his own lab animals, mostly cow and cow milk. This is completely irresponsible. So the argument is that even if this thing came from the fresh market, seafood market, it could be from some animals contracted the disease from the Wuhan Institute.
In some ways, at least from a health perspective, it may have been, if it had come actually out of a lab, then it is a more contained risk.
Yeah.
And no one suggested, and I certainly didn't, that this was done malevolently or by design. But it was more the cover-up and the refusal to share. I mean, we were all, I remember at that time, desperate for information about what was going on, so we could frame our own responses.
Yeah.
And there was just silence.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
This was, and the international institutions were left completely without any teeth. To deal with this, and frankly, millions died needlessly.
I would say tens of millions would die. I mean, the idea that Secretary Pompeo asked me to scour the open sources about this origin, and it's just insane to see. The issue actually is not only about that; it's about the biosafety. Yeah. China's biosafety is abysmal. Not only I'm saying this, their own lab directors, including the director of Wuhan Institute of Biology, saying we have been ill prepared. We're not ready to handle this high level of toxicity. Yeah. So this is one issue. I mean, so we're focused on how to call this. Is it Wuhan virus, Well, China virus, if you say Wuhan virus, you're racist. China virus, of course, you're racist. And then you know what? So the WHO finally said on COVID-19. You know, COVID-19 is not something that the Chinese government really likes because there's a word 19 in there.
And that's exactly
so,
right.
So you can even today, you can even find a proper Chinese translation for that word. Chinese government never used COVID-19 to indicate in 2019 there's something already there. So that's why this whole semantic game, it got to stop. We had to go to the real bottom of this. So that's a very important. Thank you for the leadership.
Well, thank you. But the relevance of all of this after the fact is this was a very good example of what an alternative international order looks like if that's how they play by their rules in their own jurisdiction. Imagine if that was more of a global norm. And that's not a place where I think free-minded countries want to go to. And I think that's why it just underlines while the scales now, I think, have been lifted from our eyes about what the true intentions are. And look, there was a well-intentioned, I think, view in the post-Cold War period that as China developed its economy, and it's the greatest economic transformation we've seen in human history. And to be honest, that they should be commended for that. The Deng reforms, economic reforms, which basically use market-based capitalism to achieve, this should be celebrated. But at the same time, I think we need to understand that they're not about to become a pluralistic society anytime soon. They're not about to, they accept the international rule of law when it suits them and then reject it, say with UNCLOS in the South China Sea when it doesn't. They play by trade rules when it suits them, but then whack illegal trade sanctions on Australia when we say things they don't like, and then seek, in the future, Australia, I'm pleased that the wine trade will go back in, but that will be used and weaponised against Australia in the future if it suits their purposes. So I think it's good that we've woken up to the fact that we're dealing with a different world. This idea of a post-Cold War globalised economy, that ended. In 2012, I'd say, and certainly by 2014. And so the world is now more in streams, if you like, of like-mindedness. And, in some areas there's open trade around the world, but in others, I think we're seeing increasingly companies cease investment into FDI into China has just gone off a cliff. Private equity involvement in China has gone off a cliff. Large multinationals now are avoiding and scaling back their manufacturing operations in China to service their global markets. They retain them there for the purpose of supporting a domestic China market. So we are seeing quite big shifts. And I've been particularly impressed to see how countries like in Japan and South Korea, they were well ahead of the game on this. And we're already doing that. And I think now in the West, and particularly in the United States, Australia and others, we need to be appropriately applying the risk price to our investments and engage on operations in that sphere. I mean, we don't sort of rush into investments in Iran overnight or Russia. But for somehow, just because they've got a very big population, we think it justifies a no-risk investment in the PRC. Well, I don't think boards of companies can safely make that assumption anymore, or reasonably.
I mean, China definitely can play a very important role in international commerce, international governance, simply because the country has enormous potential for market. For Chinese workers are legendarily hardworking and efficient. So those are very good things, very attractive things. But it's China's government policy, their guiding philosophy of governance that make this investment basically very toxic. People have to go. There is no such policy by any nation to decouple from China. But decoupling is happening because every company that invests heavily in China must look after the bottom line.
They do.
Yeah, if you cannot make a profit, if you cannot really maintain your corporate integrity, you got to get out of there. So that's China's own making. I think we talk about this conference is about law, anti-secession law. That law, from what I've heard from these early panels, is pretty much like outside of the realm of the international norm, if you will. I mean, Chinese. The economy is the same thing. There's an international norm and there's a Chinese norm. You cannot separate the both. You cannot have both ways. So that's why, what I think, fundamentally, the world's really big problem is that we embrace a essentially non-market economy, that is China, into the market-driven free trade international system. That's a major problem now. Unless we tackle that, and how much you impose tariffs on Chinese imports will matter, but matter much less, because you have to look for the fundamental roots. The roots is that China is not a market economy. China is a communist country, and
So
China does have the ambition to dominate the global.
Yeah. So there will be a disruption in the
Absolutely.
global economy as the system rebalances because of that acknowledgement. Exactly what you've talked will mean a reorientation of many regulatory arrangements, of tariff arrangements, of how risk is priced and how investments are undertaken and what decisions CFIUS takes or FIRB takes in Australia. All of this will change, and businesses, this is a lot of the work I do now with American Global Strategies and others, is well, how you do that, how do you price it, how do you reorientate what you're doing to align yourself with the way the world is now working. And so that disruption needs to be understood if you're going to invest and plan for the future, because the world people are dealing with now is not the world they were dealing with 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago, or I should say 10 years ago, let alone 5.
Prime Minister Morrison, let me ask you another question. Australia is strategically located over there. Australia has always been a stalwart for global strategy. World War II, later on in the Cold War. How do you envision Australia's role in the current regional tensions between China and pretty much everybody else in the region? South China Sea, East China Sea over there. Is there any such, in our military command structure, for example, Indo-PACOM, PAC fleet, we have Australian commanding staff over there, which is very good, fully integrated. Would you, from Australian point of view, encourage the expansion of kind of international participation in the summer joint command to deal with the China contingency?
Well, I think you'd have to make the case first that the existing arrangements don't provide for an effective response. Okay. And I there are people better placed than me to make that assessment. And I think you'd want to be listening to those who've been particularly involved in running those commands most recently. I mean, Admiral Aquilino has just finished up there. Harry Harris is, an enormous source of wisdom on these things, and I think they would have a better view about the efficacy of that. I think we have to be careful. Sometimes too many cooks with these things. You do need clear chains of command in these circumstances. I think you want ever-increasing engagement with other partners around this. About what the possible asks might be, or what the supplementary and supporting capabilities might be, given whatever scenario presents. I think all that's very useful, and so you get a sort of a widening net of those who have a keen interest in this. But the degree to which you formally embed them in command structures, I think, is really an operational question for those who need to oversee that, and they need to be able to act swiftly and with clear authority.
So you mentioned NATO, it's a magic word. You and I discussed this
Yes.
before, extensively. I personally have a wonderful experience cooperating with the Australian officers and admirals in my other hat. So Japan has reached out to NATO to try to establish some kind of NATO office or liaison office in Tokyo, to which some of the French allies rigorously object. They always object to, most rigorously sometimes. So what's your view on that?
Well, let me answer it by talking about AUKUS, and it'll become clear in a second. AUKUS was made possible largely because of Brexit. If it hadn't been for Brexit, then I don't think the UK and Boris Johnson could have joined with me in going to President Biden and achieving that arrangement. And what I was interested in about that was drawing in the North Atlantic into the Indo-Pacific. And I'm pleased that we've seen more activity from the Germans and the French and others in the Indo-Pacific. This is very good. But I think getting some harmonisation between the Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific spheres on these issues is very important. And it goes back to the first response I gave you today around the arc of autocracy. What is occurring in Beijing should be as of greatest interest to those in NATO as it is to Australia. And equally, what's occurring in Ukraine should be as great of interest to us in the Indo-Pacific, which is why Australia was one of the first to stump up and be there in supporting Ukraine. And Prime Minister Johnson, former Prime Minister Johnson, remains still the global campaigner for Ukraine, and he's right to do so, because these are all connected. And so I think having a harmonisation of like-minded interests in Europe with those in the Indo-Pacific is incredibly important. Now, that doesn't mean from time to time there will be a difference. I mean, the French and my government have quite a difference, but that was over a commercial deal, frankly. That wasn't over strategic issues, at least. That was about a submarine contract and who was going to build it, not the fact that we needed the right submarines. Yeah, that happens. That's commercial. But putting that to a side, there's no doubt that the French interests in the Indo-Pacific are very significant, and their knowledge is deep. And I think they're a very good partner in the Indo-Pacific. And we want to see more of it, is my answer. Okay. We want to see more and more of it. And I think so. A Japan input into the thinking of NATO is a good thing, just like Australia has had more participation in NATO, particularly in their forums. I think this is a good thing. We don't have to be a member of it, but I do think and I think Johnson's been really good at connecting that. I met with him on several occasions when I was Prime Minister, and often at his instigation.
Yeah. By the way, last year, Hudson, the China Center, we hosted a panel by Prime Minister Morrison and Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Secretary Pompeo, just to focus on AUKUS. It's on our website. Please check it out. Well, ScoMo, thank you very much. And we're running out of time. And so that was thank you very much for this lively discussion. And we look forward to more of your conversation here. Visit Washington, visit Hudson more.
Thanks very much. Good to see you.
Great. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, everybody, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us, especially now as we start our final session for today's conference. Our final session today will be a panel discussion to talk about PRC's 2005 Anti-Secession Law. Within the context of China's lawfare campaign and the coercion strategies, contribute perspective to its larger impact on Indo-Pacific security and discuss possible approaches to counter and deter PRC influence. Before we begin the program, I would like to briefly introduce our expert panelists for this afternoon. The full biography of our panelists, distinguished panelists, are in a brochure we distributed today, earlier. First of all, we have Mr. Heino Klink. Heino has his experience includes various political military roles in the Pentagon, analytical and operational responsibilities in the intelligence community, diplomatic postings in Europe and Asia, and providing strategic counseling through his consulting company, Klink Global LLC. Heino was the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia, which includes Taiwan, and also advised the Secretary of Defense, represented the DoD to the NSC, and led sensitive negotiations with the foreign partners. Colonel Klink's military career culminated as a Director of Army International Affairs. He's currently also a senior advisor excuse me, to the National Bureau of Asian Research, a senior associate with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And he's also a consultant with the Institute for Defense Analysis, an adjunct international defense researcher at the RAND Corporation, and a member of the Military Balance Advisory Group at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, as well as the Reagan Institute for Strategy Group. Next, we have Dr. Bonnie Lin. Bonnie is the seasoned expert in Washington think tank circle. If you haven't seen him on TV or on YouTube, it will be a crime. Bonnie is a senior fellow for Asian security and director of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Study, popularly known as CSIS. Previously, she was the acting associate director of the Strategy and Doctrine Program of RAND Project, Air Force, and a political scientist at the RAND Corporation, where she analyzes different aspects of China's foreign and defense policy and the U.S. competition with China. Dr. Lin also served in the Office of the Secretary of Defense from 2015 to 2018, where she was Director of Taiwan, Country Director for China, and a Senior Advisor for China. She's a member of the Council of Foreign Relations and an adjunct at the RAND Corporation and Institute for Defense Analysis. Dr. Lin holds a PhD in political science from Yale University, a master's degree in Asian studies from the University of Michigan, and a bachelor's degree in government from Harvard College. Rounding out our panel, we have Vincent Chao, who's sitting on the far to your far left. Vincent was recently the campaign spokesperson and foreign policy advisor to DPP presidential-elect Lai Ching-te. He currently serves as the elected member of the Taipei City Council, representing Da'an and the Winshan district. Prior to elected office, Vincent was a political director at the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in the United States, where he was a lead interlocutor in advancing the bilateral partnership. He has also served as Chief of Staff to Taiwan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Joseph Wu, Director in the Office of the President, and the Chief of Staff at the National Security Council. I also might add Vincent's tenure at the TECRO coincided with my tenure at the State Department, so we were actually buddies all the time, talking about issues of major and minor in some of the coffee shops.
State secret, Miles.
It's not a secret, yeah. It's there's no secret in Washington, D.C. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel. Thank you. So each of our panelists will make some opening remarks and we'll have discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks very much for spending the afternoon with us. And of course, thank you very much, Miles, for convening this important discussion today. And of course, the Hudson Institute writ large for always focusing public attention on critical issues that face our country as well as our partners and allies worldwide. So I'd like to start some of my comments with sharing my observations of the National People's Congress convening in 2005 when it passed the Anti-Secession Law, because I was at the U.S. Embassy at the time. At the time, I was one of the military attachés assigned to the Defense Attaché Office in Beijing. And I will tell you, under normal circumstances, if there was something going on at the Great Hall of the People, GHOP as we refer to it colloquially, the only thing that military folks like I were kind of charged with monitoring or observing was focused on internal security. Was the PLA visible? What kind of PAP units were being deployed and the like? So it was very, very tactically focused. Whereas our colleagues in the political section would be monitoring actually what was coming out of the NPC, what decisions were being rendered, what laws were being rubber stamped. And of course, as we think about, what happened on the eve of the Ides of March in 2005, so March 14th, when the Anti-Secession Law was promulgated, we in the Defense Attaché Office were not particularly focused on the substantive issues associated with the Anti-Secession Law. Now, I will tell you that changed. So, of course, when it was passed, and it was passed overwhelmingly by, 2,900 some odd votes to 0, imagine that kind of partisan or lack of partisanship in our Congress on any issue. We started paying more and more attention because the coverage was not just in the People's Daily, as you would expect, but it was also in the PLA Daily, so the newspaper that is published every day by the PLA. And this was front page news in the PLA Daily as well. Additionally, whereas again, normally the Ministry of National Defense, the Chinese Ministry of National Defense, and back then it was called the Foreign Affairs Office, more colloquially referred to by us diplomats as the barbarian handlers. We were the barbarians, by the way, just to be clear. They would do information briefings about various topics, but usually, again, focused on military topics. But the MND-FAO, which is now referred to actually as OIMC, Office of International Military Cooperation, they actually organized and sponsored multiple information briefings for the attaché, the military attaché community in Beijing. So that was different, quite frankly. And, besides, I won't, regale you obviously with all the details of the law itself, because you already know that, because it's already been covered in depth earlier today. What was different there again was that a law being promulgated by the NPC was now being focused on by the PLA, not just internally, but also externally. And, in hindsight, I think it's clear to everyone that this was, a part of a strategy of signaling not just to Taiwan and, of course, also a domestic audience within mainland China itself, but to the international community that there's now, in essence, a law on the books in the PRC that would give legitimacy to a potential military operation that would force Taiwan into unification with the mainland. In hindsight, again, I would say that this was, when you think about, the three warfares that the PLA has, published extensively on nowadays, whether it's political, psychological, legal warfare, this was, a classic example, again, with the benefit of hindsight, of legal warfare. And if you, back to, a couple years before the Anti-Secession Law was passed in 2003, the PLA actually inaugurated this thing called the Political Work Regulations of the PLA that charged the General Political Department with these three warfares, particularly the legal piece. And I will tell you, I started noticing after the Anti-Secession Law was passed that the PLA was becoming more and more involved in international conferences, for instance, focused on military law. And actually, on a number of occasions, escorted PLA delegations to military law conferences that the U.S. Indo-PACOM, at the time U.S. PACOM, sponsored throughout the region. And the PLA officers that attended these conferences, they were not lawyers in the sense of a Western definition of a lawyer. They were all political officers, all political commissars, okay? And although in recent years the PLA has not been attending those conferences, again, sponsored by Indo-PACOM because it's an annual event, in the early days they did. They were there all the time. And I think, again, it was an effort, a very overt effort, to kind of put a stake in the ground on utilizing from the Chinese perspective law to potentially legitimize things that were meant to basically raise doubts amongst like-minded countries as to what the legality of a Chinese military action might be. And the Chinese have also, utilized American actions. So, for instance, the use of international law to justify the Gulf War of 1991, and also citing American domestic law, of course, criticizing, but also citing as an example the TRA, Taiwan Relations Act, as how Americans are using domestic law to legitimize certain principles. So again, I think the Anti-Secession Law is a prime example how the Chinese have utilized legal warfare more and more on the internationally. I think this is also somewhat related to, and perhaps should be highlighted more and more, what the Chinese have been doing with respect to UN Resolution 2758. And how the Chinese have been increasingly using 2758, which in essence, it was a monumental decision in 1971 that gave the Republic of China seat at the UN to the People's Republic of China. And you've seen the Chinese repeatedly, historically now, in essence, utilizing 2758 to spread this fallacy of the one China principle, and how it is meant to, they're utilizing 2758 to cudgel Taiwan within the international community. And again, there are plenty of examples at the UN with respect to WHO, and in essence, the Chinese having taken a greater leadership role in international bodies. Certain things that frankly we, the United States, have kind of taken our eye off the ball in maintaining our leadership roles in things like ICAO, International Standardization Office, and the like. And the Chinese have filled that void, and they've utilized that opportunity to fill that void to continue to maximize every opportunity they have to try to use 2758 to isolate Taiwan even further. And this, of course, has implications for international governments writ large. So I would say that 2758 and the Anti-Secession Law, both of these measures are things that we now, as we see China becoming more and more overt in its intentions, particularly vis-a-vis Taiwan, are things that the international community has to start, in a deliberate, methodical way, start pushing back on. And the first way of doing that is obviously highlighting what the Chinese have been doing. And there's a certain amount of legal vigilance that has been going on and has been increasing over the last several years, which I, of course, applaud, but I don't think that it's enough. And of course, the United States has tried, and the Biden administration has as well, talked about the difference between the one China policy as opposed to the one China principle. And we need to encourage like-minded friends and allies who also don't adhere to a one China principle as the Chinese have explained it. They need to be more vocal about that, and they need to highlight what the differences really are, because the Chinese will repeat this over and over and over again until they're basically creating new facts on the ground, if you will. The other thing that I think needs to be highlighted is that whereas the Chinese like to portray themselves as a country that's ruled by law, particularly under Xi Jinping, we have found that it's obvious that China is not a rule of law country, it is a rule of man, a rule by man. And again, particularly as now that Xi Jinping has been in power for so long. And highlighting where China has not adhered to international law, whether it's abrogating the Sino-British Joint Declaration with respect to how Hong Kong was to be governed, abrogating that, whether it's ignoring the Hague Arbitral Tribunal under UNCLOS for the South China Sea. All these things are examples of where China is just, again, blatantly ignoring international agreements. And I think that these are things that are no longer just tangential issues to the overarching relationship, whether it's between the United States and China, and within the context of great power competition. But these are things that will affect every other country, particularly in the region, as we see today, for whether it's increasing tension around Second Thomas Shoal, and obviously not just illegal activities by the Chinese, but very, very belligerent and aggressive activities. Whether it's China having changed the status quo in the Taiwan Strait by, in essence, erasing the median line, and every day increases in ADIZ incursions. I believe I saw this morning another massive air incursion into the Taiwanese ADIZ yesterday. These are all things that need to be called out in public, and not just by the United States, but by all the regional actors, and also not just in the Indo-Pacific, but in Europe as well, because these are issues that affect not just Taiwan or the United States, but all democracy-loving countries. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I look forward to the conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Heino. Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Lin, and I'm really grateful to be here to be able to share my views on the anti-secession law. I really want to thank Miles and the Hudson Institute for hosting this very important conference. And I'm actually working with Miles to hopefully host another iteration of this conference in Taipei too, where I think we have a shared objective to highlight how important it is to understand China's use of lawfare, and particularly the anti-secession law. So I will structure my comments around 4 main points. The first point actually has been covered quite a bit by the wonderful panelists that we had in the morning, so I will shorten it. But the 4 main points I want to highlight is the first is that the passing of the anti-secession law, as highlighted by our excellent legal expert panel earlier, really places the blame and burden for PRC use of military force on Taiwan. And it frames a narrative by blaming Taiwan for any PRC attack or military coercion. I'm not going to spend as much time on this because it was well covered this morning. The second point, second, third, and fourth point, which I spend a little bit more time covering, are and this was covered by actually Professor Clark a little bit this morning, is that the anti-secession law is relatively encompassing, as in it actually includes almost all the different elements of China's Taiwan policy. And as also mentioned in the morning, it's relatively vague. And what that means is we have actually seen over time, from 2005 until now, the Chinese government drawing out different portions of the anti-secession law and emphasizing different portions of it. So I'll cover that in a little bit, but that relates to my third point, which is that the anti-secession law is one of a number of legislation that the Chinese government, particularly in the recent years, have been increasingly citing in both their official white papers as well as public pronouncements as establishing the facts for China's control over Taiwan. And I'll list some of the other legislations that China has been citing and some of those cases in the recent years. And the fourth point I want to make is that despite what Professor Chen said correctly, in the sense that the anti-secession law has not been successful in changing Taiwan's attitude, or Taiwan people's attitude towards China, the Chinese government and Chinese scholars believe the anti-secession law has been successful, and we see no indications that China is moving away from it. In fact, it's likely that China will continue to build on it and will continue to leverage it more and more in the coming years, particularly given their concerns with where Taiwan and the United States are heading. And again, I want to capture that as their concerns and where we are heading. So let me go back to my second point, which is talking about the anti-secession law and how encompassing and how vague it is. We spent much of the morning talking about Article 8 in the anti-secession law, which justifies how China can use non-peaceful means against Taiwan, right? But I do want to emphasize that there are 10 articles in the anti-secession law, and some of the earlier articles, particularly Articles 5 and 6, point out ways that China should actually use peaceful means to promote unification, and the different ways that China actually should promote cross-strait exchanges and cross-strait dialogue. And that's useful, and I'm pointing this out because this relates to how the anti-secession law came into being and how it was originally perceived both in the United States and by the international community in 2005. So as Heino mentioned, this was a pretty groundbreaking law in 2005. It was passed in mid-2005, a year after then Taiwan President Choi Soon-mil's second term in office. And at that time, and I think Professor Clark mentioned it this morning too, there was quite a bit of debate within China about the direction of which China should go with respect to that law. One of the discussions then at that time was, instead of passing an anti-secession law, China should have passed a national unification law. And there was pressure within the Chinese academic community and some of the official discussions there to actually at that time pass a national unification law that not only not only harsher language, but stipulated potentially a timeline for unification with Taiwan and accelerated the desire for unification with Taiwan. But we did not see this in the final anti-secession law. And we did not see anything on timeline. We did not see any language saying that unification had to be accelerated. And we did see language emphasizing China's desire to seek peaceful unification. But again, as mentioned earlier, we also, of course, saw the very, very problematic Article 8. And I mention this because given how the anti-secession law was constructed and some of the narratives coming out of Beijing that this law was a compromise between the hawks and between the moderates, the response by the international community at that time was not as forceful as how we would have responded now, seeing how China is using anti-secession law now. If we go back to 2005, we'll see that a lot of Western governments had either muted responses or expressed some level of concern, but not to the extent that we probably would be expressing now. So on the US side, and I know Heino is here, so please jump in if I am mischaracterizing any of this. On the US side, we, through multiple channels, expressed that the legislation clearly raises tensions. It's not necessarily it's not a good thing to raise tensions. It is relatively negative, but we did not say that the anti-secession law represented a unilateral change in the status quo. And that's important because when then DAS Randy Shriver testified in front of the House in 2005, he stated that the United States, he did not say that was a U.S. position, but he recognized that was the position of Taiwan, and that was the position that the Taiwan people felt. So we do recognize, and my understanding at that time of why the U.S. position was what it was a recognition at that time of the debate within China and the possibility that what came out of the anti-secession law that came out was perhaps more moderate than what some of the hawkish elements within the Chinese bureaucracy wanted. And beyond the United States, we also saw some statements from other governments that similarly expressed concern. We also saw some governments expressing support for the anti-secession law. The candidates for these are probably not surprising. So we saw support, for example, from Pakistan, North Korea, Cambodia. We saw some countries expressing understanding of China's position on Taiwan, but not explicit support. But what's interesting is after 2005, and again, this might be, I haven't done extensive research on this, I haven't seen countries take explicit position on the anti-secession law. So even though we've discussed a lot about how we should be pushing back against the anti-secession law, since 2005, when China has mentioned the anti-secession law, whether in dialogue with the United States or in public statements, we haven't seen a corresponding public pushback either in statements or directly in dialogue mentioning the anti-secession law is problematic and or the anti-secession law represents a change in the status quo. We know that in from 2005 onwards, what we started seeing in the Chinese media and Chinese interpretation of the anti-secession law, they viewed it as relatively successful from their perspective in deterring then President Chen Shui-bian from their perspective engaging in more provocative activities, pro-independence activities. And when we look at how Chinese experts, particularly in 2020, started characterizing anti-secession law, they described the anti-secession law as building the opportunity between 2005 and 2008 for more engagements with China. And they cite the example of then KMT Chairman Lian Zhan's visit to China in April 2005, and then People's First Party James Song's visit to China in May 2005. If you recall, that was the first time Taiwan's opposition parties had gone to mainland. And take it for what you will, the Chinese authors view this as an excess of the anti-secession law in promoting cross-strait cooperation and dialogue. I'm just presenting this because I think it's important to present how China views this and how we are characterizing this at our conference now. And I will also note that when Chinese experts look at the anti-secession law, they also focus quite a bit on Article 6, which is the article in the anti-secession law that argues for trade and linkages with Taiwan. And they argue that with the adoption of the anti-secession law, that's what allowed Ma Ying-jeou from 2008 to 2016 to engage in the forms of dialogue and engagement with the PRC. Now, having said that, that was the initial, some of the international views of the anti-secession law and how China viewed the anti-secession law in the early years. I want to now quickly jump to where we are now, and we're in a different place now, right? Even if you had experts in the United States and elsewhere arguing in early 2005 and around that time that maybe the anti-secession law was a compromise, you're not really seeing this now, and you're actually seeing China leverage the anti-secession law, really emphasizing Article 8, the more problematic elements of the law. So what we began seeing in 2020 as a part of a series of articles celebrating the 15-year anniversary of the anti-secession law were a number of experts quoting and talking about the importance of the law. And I think Professor Clark mentioned this. Around then, they quoted Li Zhanshu. And specifically, he mentioned that the anti-secession law is an important part of the policy framework of one China, two systems. So it's not just supporting China's argument, it is actually part of a policy framework of the one China, two systems. And we also saw at that point that Chinese experts started making the case that because of actions, again, this is their argument, because of actions that President Tsai took in 2019 and 2020, that it now provided China with a legal ground to activate Article 8 of the anti-secession law. I won't go into details of what they claim President Tsai did and what justification that provides, but I will say that by saying that President Tsai, whatever action she did, because we know in 2019 and 2018, she did not call for independence, she did not take any major actions toward independence, she basically didn't satisfy any of the single criteria listed in Article 8. But by citing that her actions as justifying the activation of Article 8, we are beginning to see China expand the definition of when to be able to invoke the anti-secession law. Whereas before, under Hu Jintao, China was the understanding of the anti-secession law, and much of what we discussed this morning was the anti-secession law could be leveraged and called upon to justify major use of force against Taiwan. By 2020, we started seeing language within the Chinese political system and within the Chinese media advocating that the anti-secession law could be used for not only these major military operations, but to justify coercion and to justify Chinese punishment of what China viewed as pro-Taiwan independence activities. So in other words, by 2020, the anti-secession law was being used as justification within the Chinese political system to respond to what they view as incremental Taiwan independence behaviors. And then we started seeing this more clearly in August of 2022. I think Professor Chen, you mentioned the sanctioning of several Taiwan leaders after then Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. If you actually read through the specific text of justification of how they provided the sanctions, they cited 3 laws. They cited the the Anti-Secession Law, the 2015 National Security Law, and the criminal law for these sanctions. So here it's a very interesting case of where now China is using the Anti-Secession Law in addition to other laws to allow for selective punishment of particular Taiwan leaders and to justify sanctions. So again, this still falls under the very vague non-peaceful means as specified in the Anti-Secession Law, but this is not the non-peaceful means as in major use of military force. And so from 2022 onwards, we continue to see a number of references to the Anti-Secession Law. I found it interesting that Chinese Foreign Minister in November 2022 specifically mentioned that Xi Jinping even raised the Anti-Secession Law directly to President Biden on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali. And then, of course, this January, and this was again mentioned in the legal panel earlier, the Ministry of State Security published an article about the Anti-Secession Law and how it should be used. What's interesting is if you look at that article paired with an article that Xi Jinping wrote around the same time in the Qiushi Journal, where Xi himself was advocating for strengthening united front work in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, you'll see that some of the Chinese commentaries analyzing both of these articles are now saying that the China should differentiate between Taiwan compatriots and Taiwan diehard pro-independence folks. And in this differentiation, the Anti-Secession Law is a good weapon to use to punish the Taiwan pro-independence diehard elements. So again, here we're seeing the Anti-Secession Law being brought as justification for basically any Chinese willingness to use coercion against what China views as elements in Taiwan that they do not like. So this is expanding definition of the Anti-Secession Law that is beyond just use of military force. So let me then move a little bit to the third point, the third point I mentioned in terms of where we see anti-secession law in terms of the variety of instruments that China is now using to establish the facts of Taiwan, establish China's control over Taiwan. So if you look at the August 2022 China's white paper on Taiwan, the first China white paper on Taiwan under Xi Jinping, and the first one since 2000, so this is the first one in 22 years, you'll see that in that section, it lists a number of laws under the section called Taiwan is a part of China, and that's an indisputable fact. And the laws that China lists that support this include the Anti-Secession Law, the PRC Constitution, UN Resolution 2758, the Cairo Declaration, Potsdam Proclamation, US-China Joint Communique, and the National Security Law. You'll see the ordering in this white paper, but what we started seeing from August 2022 onwards is also Chinese authors are repeating the similar list, saying that all these different laws and all these different legal frameworks now provide a justification for liberating Taiwan. Most recently, Peng Guangqian wrote an interesting article listing all of these legal frameworks and laws as providing that justification. And with that, let me just wrap up my comments here. But overall, what I would emphasize is that as we look at the anti-secession law, I think it is very important to focus on the military implications. But again, as I mentioned, it's also important to recognize that the anti-secession law is being used in other ways within China, just by not only military coercion, but also political and economic coercion of Taiwan. Thanks.
Thank you, Miles. As always, it's always very difficult following in Bonnie's footsteps because she does such a good analytical job of dissecting what the anti-secession law is and what it means. And I'll be honest, I'm a bit sad to be here today because we had this recent announcement in Taiwan, or in China rather, about this new round of sanctions against several of my friends working in the DPP. And I was very unhappy to not have been on that list, and to not be able to join my good friend Miles Yu in being one of the select few sanctioned by the PRC. I know Mike's been trying all his life, and I think we're hopefully getting close, but I think it is symbolic of the PRC's continued use of lawfare to affect political goals. So let me start by saying this. It's great to be here, and here at Hudson Institute, Miles has convened this excellent group of speakers and panelists to explore the pernicious impact of the PRC's anti-secession law. I think that phrase itself shows that Miles has a far better vocabulary than myself. I had to look that word up. But what I did find was that this word was actually used by no other than Rahm Emanuel, the US ambassador to Japan, to describe the effects of PRC coercion. So that was a great choice there. I'll start by saying that I had previously worked in a campaign role, but I'm here in a personal capacity. I do not represent the transition team or the new administration. I had to make that clear because as an elected official, my liberty to speak is much greater. I'm less encumbered, and as a result, that should hopefully make this session a little more fun. The PRC's anti-secession law is a great topic. It encompasses all manner of sins, ranging from the rationalization of force against Taiwan, or non-peaceful means, as they like to put it, to ruling out the perpetual continuation of the status quo. It places a legal burden on the Taiwanese people to support unification. It is also a direct assault on Taiwan's democratic autonomy. In short, it is fundamentally the most dangerous piece of legislation affecting cross-strait peace and stability today. It is designed to compel only one outcome, the annexation of Taiwan, by any and all means necessary. However, let me stop there because I think many of us already understand what is in this legislation. We've had a robust discussion of Article 8 and the legal basis. It provides the PRC to employ force against Taiwan. But I want to use this opportunity to really explore a more holistic and conceptual view of what this means in the context of cross-strait relations. So let me be clear. Peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is not a unilateral Taiwan responsibility. All parties should share an obligation to avert conflict, even while maintaining competing interests, which we do. We have often looked at Taiwan's role in this. I mean, and make no mistake, this is very important. But as a responsible stakeholder, Taiwan has a unique obligation to show the world that it is committed to maintaining the cross-strait status quo, that it will refrain from provocations and destabilizing actions, and that it will manage cross-strait complexities with nuance and in consultation with international friends and partners. Over the past 8 years, President Tsai Ing-wen has been committed to this, even as cross-strait tensions have mounted. Following PLA military exercises in Taiwan's vicinity, she has held firm to a posture of not provoking the PRC, while standing firm to principles and values. She has brought the DPP firmly into the center of Taiwanese public opinion, emphasizing that the Republic of China Taiwan is a unifying force throughout our society. President-elect Lai Ching-te will do the same. Throughout the campaign, he has outlined 1, a willingness for dialogue, 2, a firm commitment to the status quo, 3, a determination to follow the principled, steadied, and thoughtful approach President Tsai Ing-wen has taken, and 4, a desire to work in tandem with the international community to manage cross-strait complexities. These points were further highlighted during his election night remarks, and I believe that they will be accentuated again during his inaugural speech on May 20th. In short, Taiwan's position has been clear. It is a responsible, mature policy framework that is guided by Taiwanese public opinion, international expectations, and Taiwan's own national interests, which are to maintain our freedom and democracy while averting conflict. It is also to answer to the question of what steps Taiwan has been taken to deter conflict and to support the status quo. Now, the narrative becomes much more difficult when it comes to China. In recent years, the PRC has worked to systematically dismantle any vestige of responsible and thoughtful approach to cross-strait peace. Through repeated overflights into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ, they've eroded the presence of the median line of the Taiwan Strait, which has been a crucial barrier preventing accidents and misunderstandings. Economic sanctions have not only upended rules-based trade, but also been used as a political weapon that is designed to affect political outcomes. They've rebuffed offers for dialogue, claiming the necessity of a one China principle, which has been rejected by the majority of Taiwanese public opinion, as well as most democracies around the world, including the United States. Now, more recently, we saw the PRC affect a switch in Nauru's diplomatic recognition, changes in the M503 flight route that will adversely affect Taiwan's security, and threats of further economic sanctions against an incoming Lai administration. None of this points to Beijing being a responsible actor, despite its responsibilities there. The Anti-Secession Law also further reinforces this narrative. The law provides the PRC with a legal context for undertaking military action against Taiwan, but more problematically is this. It's the key article that unification cannot be delayed forever. In short, that unification must be inevitable and ongoing for there to be peace across the Taiwan Strait. It rationalizes the exclusion of any other outcome as a matter of law. And all of this is detrimental to the sustained maintenance of the status quo across the Taiwan Strait. As a result, what is needed at this critical juncture is a nuanced understanding of where each side of the Taiwan Strait stands. Despite the complexities associated with the PRC's military, political, economic, and societal pressure, Taiwan has held firm to the status quo. This will not change. Conversely, instead of upholding their own responsibilities towards peace and stability, China has done the opposite. Through the Anti-Secession Law, they've left themselves only one acceptable outcome, and that is not the status quo, in fact. And instead of seeing the law for what it is, a piece of political showmanship, they've given it substance through repeated military exercises, threats of military actions, and economic and political actions that are designed precisely to undermine peace. The stakes are high with the upcoming inauguration of President-elect Lai. There's a genuine desire within Taipei right now for cross-strait relations to be able to return to the baseline of the status quo. But Beijing has to be willing to do that. It takes two to tango. And so far, they've shown no indication that a peaceful and stable baseline scenario is what they want to see in the years to come. As a result, let me end with this. What we hope for and what ultimately did not materialize in 2016 was first, the stabilization of cross-strait relations, and second, the start of a positive feedback cycle. I imagine that these hopes remain true today. If the PRC is sincere about building a sustainable peace across the Taiwan Strait based on the status quo, then it needs to refrain from further escalatory actions, and it should review and revisit declarations and legal frameworks such as the Anti-Secession Law that states unification on their terms is the only allowable outcome. And if they don't do so, the world should take the PRC for what they are, a destabilizing force that must be mitigated through deterrence, strength, and a firm commitment to the status quo. Everything else would just be wishful thinking. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, all right. Now we enter the next stage of the panel, which is discussion. So I have a few questions. Let's just get right to it. Now, first question for Heino. You're the only person who wear a uniform, I assume. Is it mandatory in Taiwan to have some uniform period? No.
Pardon?
Did you actually participate in Taiwanese military?
I've seen a couple of military parades in Taiwan. I mean, I was
That's enough, yeah.
Yeah, I was the host of the 2016 inauguration ceremony.
Okay,
and that
great.
was a big military
All
ceremony.
right. Parade. So Heino, uniform officer of the United States Army. So from military point of view, what do you think that we should do collectively? Because after all, this Anti-Secession Law is just a legal preparation and cover for military action. So ultimately, in the end, what kind of forces or international alliances that could really act together to mitigate the threat?
Well, overarchingly, we need to internationalize the Taiwan issue, because this is not just a China-Taiwan issue. It's not just a China-Taiwan-US issue. It will affect not just the region, but the world, if you ask me, if the Chinese are allowed to annex Taiwan. As Prime Minister Morrison said, there are countries that have their own national security interests in ensuring that Taiwan maintains its democratic autonomy. My fear today is that, unfortunately, we've seen over the last several years deterrence failing all over the world. Whether it was the precipitous pullout of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, followed by in 2021 and 2022 the Russian invasion of Ukraine, now the war in the Middle East. The unfortunate truth that we grapple with is deterrence has failed, And I don't think we can afford for deterrence to fail in the Indo-Pacific, particularly across the Taiwan Strait. Now, I will tell you, I entered active duty in the United States Army on June 4th, 1989. If you think about what the PLA looked like on that day, notwithstanding, what they were doing on that day in the areas around Tiananmen Square, and you compare that to the PLA of today, it's night and day difference. Night and day difference. It is a formidable force, and they have advantages in certain key capabilities where, frankly, the United States, let alone our partners and allies, have to play some catch up. So I think we have to enhance deterrence. There's actions that the U.S. can take and is taking. There's certainly actions that Taiwan can and should take, and I would say the trend lines have been more positive in recent years, increasing defense spending, focusing Taiwanese defense investment on critical capabilities, reserve reform, and the like. But we also have to ensure that China understands that if it does something dangerous, if it does something precipitous, something adventurous, that there will be a cost imposition. And that cost imposition will not just come from the United States, but will come from partners and allies worldwide. And it will not only be a military cost imposition. I think what the Chinese probably fear more than anything is an economic cost imposition that will have an impact on the CCP's ability to maintain stability internally. And I think ultimately, that is the greatest fear. The Communist Party fears no one more than its own people. And I think that is where we need to think about ensuring that deterrence pushes that button in the Chinese Communist Party's mindset.
Absolutely. I think I think that's an aspect. We often talk about the threat aspect of the Chinese Communist Party poses to everybody else, but we also have not adequately considered what's the weakness and the vulnerability of the regime. You mentioned about their fear of people. Absolutely. I also want to mention something else. That is, the international system is not really a system that focuses on one particular country. Unlike the Cold War, we have very clear-cut designated adversary, the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union-led bloc. In this case, you mentioned about 1989. 1989 obviously was a year of momentous importance, which started with the movement in Tiananmen Square that ended up in the fire of protest spread to Eastern Europe, ended with the coming down the Berlin Wall. The result of 1989 revolution in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union bloc, obviously, was the birth of a whole bunch of new nations, one of which is Ukraine, right? So today, Ukraine is much on everybody's minds. Now, also one thing that's really we have failed to address that the role Ukrainians play in modernizing the Chinese military since 1990s when it's become independent. Every single major weapon platform in the PLA warehouse right now has Ukraine's fingerprint there. That's because Ukrainians was left with the enormous amount of Russian design and Russian-made, Russian-engineered weapons, right? So Ukrainian has been relatively very irresponsible for decades, right? Supplying China from aircraft carrier to heavy bomber engines to missile technology to amphibious landing craft. Ukraine made the best in not the Eastern Bloc. So it is therefore I think we failed to stop that. If you look at it, I mean, I grew up in Sichuan province. In Chengdu, there's aircraft plants, and not far from where I grew up. A lot of Ukrainian engineers, even today, they have a Ukrainian village. So China massively transplant that kind of Russian technology to there. So the point I'm trying to make is that you cannot really sort of stop that by U.S., Australia, a few allies. Everybody is at stake. Now, we also notice that Ukraine is now the victim of the exactly same kind of logic of aggression that Xi Jinping is having right now against Taiwan. That is, Vladimir Putin's justification for invading Ukraine is basically based upon ethnic, linguistic connection, heritage, not on international law, which brings to the question I asked earlier. Did the independence of Ukraine in the aftermath of the Soviet Union breed a particular type of sense of nationhood and sovereignty, right? If that's the case, and if we were fighting Ukraine to defend, fighting Russia to defend Ukraine's independence and sovereignty, should the same rule apply to Taiwan? So that's basically the question I'm asking over there. But nevertheless, that's more of a statement rather than a question. Thank you very much. I'll move on to the next question. That is, this is for Bonnie. So how do you assess the effectiveness of international legal mechanisms and norms in addressing China's actions, particularly in the context of the Anti-Secession Law? Are there any specific areas where these mechanisms fall short? As China continues to disregard international law, what innovative legal approaches may be taken to counter the PRC's actions in the Indo-Pacific? I think, since I grew up in China, I'm going to quote Karl Marx. Karl Marx famously said that the philosophers have interpreted the world in various ways. The question is how to change it.
I think that's an excellent question, and maybe perhaps that would have been a question better for our legal expert, because I'm not an actual expert on international law or legal issues. But one thing that I did mention is that in my opening comments is that we haven't really seen much statements aside from this conference and some few events here and there, any real public events raising the awareness of how problematic the anti-secession law is. The last time when we really saw governments take a position on the anti-secession law was 2005. And as I mentioned, that was a different context, a different leader who was using the anti-secession law in a different way. Now that what we keep on seeing is every time China mentions the anti-secession law, we sometimes report on it, sometimes it just happens, and then we refute what China wants to do with the anti-secession law, but we don't refute the law itself. So I think one way to counter the anti-secession law or to respond to it is in our response measures, both the United States and with our close allies and partners, don't respond to just the action that China's taking, but also respond to the rationale and justification for the Chinese action. So I think that would go a bit further in what we're doing right now. But if I could jump quickly on the question that Heino was answering earlier with respect to what else we could do on the military front or on the security front, I would highlight, and both Vince and Heino also had the opportunity to participate in some of the work that we've done at CSI, is I'm personally really worried that we are very well prepared for the high-end contingencies. But we're not as well prepared to deal with the lower end gray zone challenges on the military side that China could pose to Taiwan. And one of the things that we're working on at CSIS is looking at ways in which China could use quasi-military law enforcement actors to engage in larger scale operations around Taiwan that would be similar to military operations but aren't exactly military operations. And it's in this gray space that actually also touches on what are the legal ramifications of these types of actions that we, when I say we, the United States and our allied partners, are least prepared to respond to.
Yeah, that's a very good question. For many of us, almost all of us have the experience working for the government. When I, with my limited experience in working in the government, and I feel there's an urgent imperative. That's a double urgent, right? That is, we do not have the weapon of the law to deal with some of the regional concerns. One example is South China Sea. China has all kinds of laws, kind of a justification to claim most of the entire China Sea. The U.S. government obviously disagree, but we have never legally challenged the Chinese claim. Only there's a former Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia about 20, 50 years ago in a congressional hearing casually mentioned that we disagree, but there is no particular systematic elaboration. Until July 2020, Secretary Pompeo wrote out a document that said, no, we regard China's claim of South China Sea, two words, completely unlawful. So that's the first time we actually mention those in those legal terms, but we need to follow up with that. The law is very important. American is a rule of law. Without Taiwan Relations Act, which is a domestic law that sort of guarantees Taiwan's legal status within a domestic jurisdiction, Taiwan probably legal status will be far less than that. My view, look at this, is in terms of Taiwanese domestic politics and American domestic politics, the TRA actually gave Taiwan the equivalent of the green card holder. In other words, you can China got this citizenship passport in the international recognition game. That is, because of Taiwan relation law, the Taiwanese interest in the United States enjoy pretty much everything except one thing, voting, right? So tax, legal protection, many of things, that analogy may not be absolutely accurate, but the point I'm trying to make is American domestic law, Americans' legislative response to some of the laws that might impact the national interest of the United States can be very, very useful. That's one reason we invite some lawmakers this morning to make them some remarks, right? So my next question is to Vincent. Vincent, you're a elected member of Taipei City Council. This guy's amazing. I went to his seat over the Taipei City Council, just like an American City Council. A lot of mess, a lot of arguments, a lot of procedural inquiries. So it drives you nuts, but he's
Particularly the mess.
He's a man of supreme aplomb.
No.
From your perspective as a Taipei City Council member, what role do subnational governments play, like Taipei City, in responding to China's coercive actions? And in what ways can cities like Taipei contribute to regional peace and stability?
That's amazing, Miles. Thank you, because I think that's the first time I've actually been asked a question on my formal role that actually pays me, which is being a member of the city council. I'll just start by saying this, actually. It's very interesting. You brought up the Town Relations Act, and it's every year we have this argument, which is what should we do with the anniversary of the Town Relations Act? Because there are people that say we should celebrate it or commemorate it, but then there'll be others that remind us that that was the same year that we had broken off diplomatic relations, and celebrating may not be the right form of emotions to take. So I think what we normally end up with marking the 40th or 45th or 43rd anniversary. So that's always been interesting to me, sort of Taiwan's own relationship, and it's a weird relationship with the Town Relations Act and all of that. But you had asked me this question about subnational governments, and I'll say this, it actually does play a very, very big role, particularly now because the PRC has suspended exchanges at a national level with Taiwan. And so right now we have, for example, a yearly forum between Taipei and Shanghai called the Twin Cities Forum. And this is a difficult forum for, I think, many people, because while ostensibly it's about municipal exchanges, the reality is that in China, nothing is separate from politics. Everything is connected to politics. And so even on issues, for example, on a municipal exchange, you would always see messages that are hidden in there that have to do with politics. So for example, the head of the TAO coming up and saying that this is based on the 92 consensus, or based on one China, or based on both sides being one family. The precondition that was exerted in 2014 or 2015 upon newly elected mayor at the time, Cohen's, for him having to say to a number of Chinese media outlets that both sides are part of the same family, for the PRC to then grant the holding of the Twin Cities Forum. So the PRC works in various channels to affect what I think the topic we're discussing here, which is unification or anti-secession or annexation. And this idea that this takes place in isolation in the political, economic or military sphere is wrong, because it takes place in a social sphere. It takes place through disinformation. It takes place through subnational governments. It takes place through civil society, through the press, through all of these different channels. And so when we talk about social resiliency, it's really all matters of society. But that's where we have a lot of difficulties, because we're a democracy. And different parts of society have different views on the PRC and different views of how to engage the PRC. So for example, the DPP, we hold, 5 seats of 22 in Taiwan's subnational governments. There have been cases where KMT subnational governments have banded together and said that we accept one China. So therefore, can you open tourism just to our cities and counties and just forget about everybody else? It happened in the past. So it's a mixed bag, and it's very difficult. But I hope what we can do, and I think what the DPP is trying to do, which is to forge a greater social consensus on how we can manage cross-strait relations, and it has to be done together. Like, if everybody has different perspectives and views and channels and ways of engaging, then ultimately you don't have cross-strait policy. And so cross-strait policy has to be based on this government, DPP government, finding ways to encompass most of society under a single umbrella. And that's what I think one of Taiwan's legacies will be, which is bringing the DPP to the center, bringing the Republic of China Taiwan into the mainstream, and using that to forge a greater social consensus to deal with China as one. But it's going to take time.
Okay, so the subnational level of government engagement with the Taiwanese counterparts have been weaponized and become toxic in mainland China. What about the Chinese diaspora in places like, for example, your city council, your city interacted with a representative of the Chinese diaspora in places like Tokyo, London, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, San Francisco, maybe you'd be less toxic. There are some voices that obviously cannot represent the official voices of mainland China, but at least there is some more liberty and freedom to speak their mind, not necessarily representing the local government of China, maybe some trade associations, some association of scholars, and those people have sort of maintained some connection with the mainland China. Would that be possible?
Yeah, well, it's a tough question. I mean, many people live in Taiwan were, at one time or another, or family members were Chinese diaspora. I mean, at one point, my grandparents were from, Shanghai. So, technically, a few generations ago, we were Chinese diaspora. But of course, we have a Taiwanese national identity now because ultimately.
Did your grandfather started in Taiwan?
Oh, I wish he did, because I don't think I would be here. Or if I were here, my job would be to open a branch of Din Tai Fung here in DC, which would be great. But I guess my point is this, is that Taiwan is a multicultural democracy. And I struggle to put labels to say that this person is a Chinese diaspora, this person isn't. As long as you support and abide by all the privileges, rights, and obligations of being a citizen of the Republic of China, then in my view, there's no differentiation. But that's my view. And what's unfortunate, Miles, is that the PRC doesn't view it that way. They view all so-called diaspora or all people who have roots with the PRC as potential tools that can be weaponized. And that exists whether in Taiwan, whether in Australia, whether in Canada, whether here in the United States. And what we see in Taiwan is that there is a tendency for people that have recently come from China to organize politically and to become a political force. And there are people that are political forces in support of the DPP, KMT, but there are also political forces that are in support of the CCP's political objectives in Taiwan. And we have to be clear in terms of understanding where their motivations come from and whether those motivations are pure or those motivations are directed by the PRC. So it's a really tough question. And I don't think I have an answer to that other than to say that the trends of politicization of a so-called diaspora community, I think, is an ongoing thing in Taiwan.
Okay. All in all, I think what we're facing here is the extraordinary inflexibility of the PRC government change. Some of the fundamentals, and then the question then is, what about our dream of changing China since the time of Richard Nixon? The more fundamental question is right now is not whether, how, and whether we should change China or not. The question that is really, really important to ask is, if that's not happening, is China going to change us or not? Is China changing us at all right now? So with that question in mind, and I think any discussion about regime change or not is totally useless, because if the regime doesn't change, by whatever force, the regime is changing us in more ways than you realize. So I think we probably we're almost out of time. And I think do the panelists have any extra final thoughts?
Oh, the audience,
Audience, we have time for a couple questions. Yes.
Sure. Thanks. Bonnie, you talked about the sanctioning of people who advocate Taiwanese independence. I do, but there's also those who advocate a greater role for the Republic of China as distinct, Huadu. And I'm wondering if you're seeing similar directed action towards that or that advocacy, or is it strictly in the Taiwanese independence advocacy camp, the Deep Green camp?
I think what we're seeing, and this aligns with China's typical carrot and stick approach, right? We're seeing, I feel, more specific targeting of different elements within Taiwan society. And I'm sure both Vincent and Heino can speak on this too. Part of it is a recognition at looking at the election results that I mean, Beijing will never say this, but I think there is some recognition that now you have the DPP for the third term, which from Beijing's perspective is even worse than the second term and the first term, that China has to shift some of its strategy. So what we've been seeing is an intensification of various ways to divide Taiwan. And that division occurs in both imposing punishment where possible on selective actors, but also offering carrots. So I think we'll probably see a little bit of everything moving forward. And I worry that the anti-secession law will be leveraged increasingly in the cases of punishment as part of the long list of justification of why they can punish different actors.
Okay, next question.
Thanks. Russell with the Global Taiwan Institute. I just want to build off of Piero's excellent question, I think, but broadening this out a little bit, what other applications of the anti-secession law can you foresee the PRC utilizing? You mentioned that, it provides a legal justification for, invasion of Taiwan. It's applying it to sanctions of individuals. What other elements do the expert panelists see as potential applications of the ASL for other types of range of activities?
I'll tackle that. I think it will continue to be used to create seams between the United States and its partners and allies, just along the same lines as the One China principle. And I think what the Chinese will do, and candidly, they've taken a page out of our own playbook, because if you recall, we've certainly, as I mentioned before, during the Gulf War, used international law to justify that. We also we have, for instance, now an annual report to Congress on the PLA, which again is mandated by domestic law. So the Chinese have kind of taken this example that we've set and are using it against us. And they realize that on the one hand, particularly under Xi's leadership, there has been a pushback internationally against Chinese aggression, authoritarianism, and venturism across the globe. Again, Prime Minister Morrison talked about the sanctions levied against it, or against Australia, when Australia just called for an international investigation into the origins of COVID. If we look at, for instance, Lithuania enhancing its relationship with Taiwan, how the Chinese reacted over and over again. So I think we're going to see using the anti-secession law and other laws to create those seams between those countries that, for instance, find it in their national interests to ensure Taiwan remains autonomous, and those countries that either, for whatever reason, either aligned with Beijing or fear Beijing's economic retaliation, will not be as forward-leaning. And that's why, again, I say that we need to move on to internationalize this issue and to debunk the anti-secession law. And as has been mentioned again previously, I guess I'm not saying anything that's original here, the Chinese pick and choose when they want to cite laws, okay? And they pick and choose when they want to ignore international law, or when they want to ignore international agreements that they signed up for. So we need to hold them to account, and we need to publicize this more and more. And I think we'll actually find a more, internationally, a receptive audience for this, because I don't foresee, particularly as long as Xi remains the leader, that they're going to change their tactics. They may water it down a little bit, so the wolf warriorism has died down. But even if you look at, in recent months, it's now being reported, for instance, that after President Biden met with General Secretary Xi in Woodside, since then, the number of Chinese dangerous intercepts of American aircraft and ships has declined. Simultaneously, though, the Chinese number of dangerous intercepts of third country vessels, most recently, for instance, last week, an Australian helicopter, has increased. So these are all these types of things that we need to put a spotlight on, because I think it will resonate.
Well, let me quickly add. I think somebody should sue the PRC government. I'm actually serious. Like, somebody that's not too afraid of going to Xinjiang should just raise a court case. Why? Because within the Anti-Secession Law, there is actually articles that state that the PRC will engage in all sorts of exchanges with Taiwan, and they've not engaged in any of those exchanges. So, somebody could say technically the PRC government's in violation of that. But, I joke, but the truth is that they've always picked and choose, what they want to apply and when they want to apply it. And my fear is this. So, Russell, your question specifically was on, do you see any applications beyond kind of the rationalization of force? And my fear is this. My fear is that within, I think it's Article 2 or 3, it actually compels Taiwanese citizens to support unification. Like, it's pretty clear on that, which is that I think it's quote unquote, Taiwanese compatriots also have this responsibility. And so what we're seeing right now is they're really going after people at a granular level. I was joking about the the list of 5 new sanctioned individuals in Taiwan. Miles is on the sanction list. Secretary Pompeo is on the sanction list. Miles had his name actually carved off his middle school in China for, in their view, betraying the motherland.
It's true. Thank the Chinese authorities, because ever since I graduated from the high school, I never knew they covered my name over there. They ever know somebody actually go there to pay tribute to my past glory. So now I realize that. Thank you for mentioning.
Well, this is what happens when you're too humble. So they carved his name on because he was #1 in his class, and they took it off because now they see him as betraying the motherland. But my point being is that they're going after people at a very granular level. And so I think what we see as a potential use and a fear of the Anti-Secession Law is then they cite this as another basis to go after people they view as not being sufficiently patriotic to the PRC enough to compel unification on their terms. So that's one specific use I think we should watch out for.
And if I could add to that, I guess and this goes back to the comments that Professor Clark made. I feel like China will use the anti-secession law wherever it wants to justify what it wants to do. And I think the language in there is broad enough that China could use the anti-secession law to almost justify any non-peaceful use of means against Taiwan. I've seen some Chinese scholars write recently that maybe the anti-secession law could be used to respond to high-level U.S. visits to Taiwan and against U.S. arms sales to Taiwan too at some point. So it's not just targeting Taiwan. It could even be expanded to target the United States and our activities too.
Okay.
Thank you. This gentleman first.
Hi. Can you hear me out? Yeah. I have a question. I wanted to ask it earlier, but I think it's still appropriate here. I think the secession law is a special case of something far deeper, a presumption in China of jurisdiction over all things Chinese. Anything related to China, any thoughts related to China, actions related to China are jurisdictional. And it's as if China's laying an intellectual property claim on the concept of China. And it applies, and it's actually a kind of legalization or internationalization of Stalinism. And Stalin's talking about engineers of the soul. It's as though China, the party, is laying claim to a part of everybody's brain, anything part of that involves China, that's their intellectual property. And the problem is, so what they're doing is they're laying claim to the definition of China. It's illegal, but it goes further. How about proper understanding of China? Oh, you didn't properly, which it's wrong, it's illegal, then basis. So I think that's on. There's just this underlying presumption that is, is spreading, and it comes with those, branding issues about Marriott making a mistake, but there is that, presumption of intellectual property over the concept of China applying across humanity. I don't know what.
Is that a
Your
comment or a
about
question?
that. Yeah, it's a kind of,
Okay.
it's a kind of question. Actually, I wanted to ask the legal people, where does that come from? Is this idea uniquely Chinese communist? Did the Nazis have this type of idea about Germany or things? So I was curious about, so my question would have been, where does this come from? Is this uniquely, say, Stalinist?
Well, I'm sure the Chinese invented it. I mean, just ask them. I'm sure, had it come out of China. But and I'm not a legal scholar, but I know that, for instance, during the Nazi era, there was this concept of Volksdeutsche that the Nazis used.
I think that the communist ideology represents a total interpretation of the universe as cosmic laws. So to do that, you would have to invent new concepts, dictatorship of the proletariat, for example. Nobody ever heard of that. People's democratic dictatorship. I mean, you cannot be democratic dictatorship at the same time. But in their logic of ideological interpretation, everything makes perfect sense, right? So secondly, in addition to creating new terms, they also have a reinterpretation of the existing terms that are commonly understood. For example, the issue of human rights, totally different from Chinese perspective. You can talk about all the beautiful things about human rights, and then that mean different. In the 1980s, 1990s, it was rights to exist, right? 生存权, rights to livelihood. In other words, people as a fundamental rights is about economic rights. It's about making money, become rich, and then only when you become rich, you can talk about human rights. You can talk about freedom and democracy, rule of law. But now Chinese government doesn't talk about it anymore. You know why? Because Chinese government say we have lifted $800 million out of people out of poverty. We are really, really wealthy now, and you cannot really make that theory believable anymore. You cannot say we have become rich, we have developed economically enormously. In the meantime, you still have to avoid talking about human rights and freedom, that kind of stuff. Another one is the whole process democracy. What the heck is a whole process democracy, right? Their whole process democracy means that Xi Jinping get a unanimous vote to become all country chairman. He's chairman of everything. So one of their legal justification to deny the legitimacy of the 2024 election was that in a three-way election in Taiwan, that President-elect Lai did not get it 50% over, did not get a simple majority. Therefore, his election was illegitimate. This is from the spokesperson of the Chinese official office in charge of Taiwan affairs. It's laughable. If that's the case, though, then the question then is, Chen Shui-bian got a majority in 2004. Tsai Ing-wen got an overwhelming majority, even though 57%, in 2016 and 2020. Would then that election be justified, legally recognized by China? So this is a kind of self-defeating concept. Play mind game, conceptual ambiguity is expertise of Chinese Communist Party.
Chinese give themselves a free pass. It's called the law of contradiction. Something and its opposite can be true at the same time. It's fundamental dialectics.
We can all blame German Hegel for that.
I think this gentleman, Miles, I think.
Okay, great. Yes.
Thank you very much. And my question is for you, Vincent. As you mentioned that the current administration's main task on the ASL is to form a social consensus and basically unify the public and both the KMT and the DPP to form a uniform perception and then a strategy towards China and the ASL. My question would be, what would be the exact steps and these detailed strategies and efforts the DPP of this administration will make towards that goal? Because just as you mentioned, some of the KMT's party leaders have publicly agreed with the One China policies, which is far different than the political opinion from the current administrations. So how would this administration's fill the great gap between the two parties and form a bipartisan decisions policies on this aspect? Thank you very much.
Well, I'll put it this way. I used actually past tense, not future tense, because I think this is one of President Taiwan's historical legacies, which is being able to bring people together with a more common understanding of what national identity is. I mean, we have to look at past history. I mean, the DPP since democratization, has been, I think, suspicious of this idea of the Republic of China and had associated the ROC with martial law, had associated with the KMT, having as one-party state, authoritarianism. And conversely, I think the KMT through much of the past has always been suspicious of this idea of Taiwan. I mean, this idea that Taiwan is inherently different from the ROC. And so what I think the DPP has done in past years, starting in 1999, when we had our Taiwan Chenhu Juewen resolution on Taiwan's future, but extending and accelerating, particularly past 2016, was bring the two ideas closer together. And so Taiwan has said, the Republic of China, Taiwan. Lai Ching-te said during the campaign that, Taiwan has used this unified society. I will continue to use this phrase. And so I think this is something that's we're already in the process of, and we've seen success in. And I'll put it this way. We do have a divided government right now. I mean, there's going to be a lot of areas where we're just not going to get along because of fundamental differences in how we see things. But I do see optimism on the horizon, and optimism meaning that we're seeing, I think, greater convergence on this idea of national defense. We're seeing convergence on the idea that we need to understand the CCP and the PRC's, I think, core objectives are something that the Taiwanese people don't accept. I think we're seeing greater consensus on the status quo, meaning that maintenance of Taiwan's democracy and freedom in light of the challenges we face. So we're seeing convergence on several issues, even if we're seeing divergence on other social political issues. So I'm optimistic that our country will be able to come together to deal with cross-strait issues in a more united manner. And I served as campaign spokesperson during the campaign, and I did see that I think the KMT, there are elements of the KMT that are changing their views on the CCP. Ho Yui had said, for example, that he wouldn't, he said that we can't rely on the CCP's goodwill or something like that, whereas Mind Joe then erased that by saying, no, we trust GDP explicitly. But my point being is that, and that's a back and forth, right? But I do think that Tsai Ing-wen has started that process of bringing society together. And I think and I'm hopeful that will be continued under Lai administration as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I think unfortunately our time has come to a close, and thank you very much for this very, very fruitful discussion the whole day. Thank our panelists, former panelists, and the current panelists. And we do have some light refreshment for reception outside of this conference room. And thank you very much, and welcome to Hudson Institute, and please come back at any time.
Thank you.